Welcome, everyone, here to a brisk Sunday morning in Mooresville, North Carolina. It is Championship Sunday for the 2023 US Pro Kart Series season. You're watching live here on Kart Chaser Premium for the main events, and they're getting set to roll here as warm-up has just concluded this morning from Trackhouse Motorplex. We'll kick things off with the KA100 Masters here momentarily. But before we do, we'd like to ask that everyone in the paddock please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get set for racing here this morning. Again, started off in the low 40s for morning warm-up. Everyone having to bump tire pressures up 3, 4, 5 PSI for a very low-grip racetrack. And it's still pretty chilly here this morning, probably the coldest opening to a race day we've had all season here. Randy kicking things off all the way back in March in Orlando, but in sunny Florida in the early part of the year. It was nice and warm. It was hot in Houston, Texas, and then pretty good weather through Newcastle Motorsports Park to the Motorsports Country Club in Cincinnati. But after a week that started off with the highs in the upper 70s, pushing 80 for Thursday practice, it has cooled off now here by Sunday. We're only expected to get into the low 60s by the time we get around to the final few main events like X30 Pro Junior and X30 Pro Senior. But for the KA Masters, it's going to be a chilly one here, starting things off at 9 this morning.
Yeah, most definitely. When you think about how it was Friday, you said we were in the 80-degree range, and it was hot, and it was windy. And this morning, not as much wind, but almost a 40-degree drop in temperatures from what it was Friday. So with these drivers, they've all been out and warm up. They know the track's going to be a little slick. Obviously, the setup on the engines is going to be completely different. Tire pressures are going to be different. It's a real test of the team and the driver to see how they adapt to these conditions, because this was not at all like it was yesterday when they ended the day. So I think we could see some surprises. Mike Rollison coming out on the pole for this KA100 Masters class has been kind of the cream of the crop. He's owned this class this weekend, but let's see if he's made the proper adjustments, or somebody like, a Danilo Ramilo or somebody like that on back in the pack, a Scott Cobb possibly, is going to have something for Mike, and we're about to find out as they enter onto the circuit. Our starting lineup coming out with Mike Rollison, Danilo Romalo on the pole, and front row Scott Kopp, William Sias in the second row, Lorenzo Mardan and Max Pappas in row 3, Miguel Mir and Brett Harrelson row 4, Nicky Coelho and Mingan Zhu in row 5. Row 6 is Pete Vedder and Alfonso Santiago, and in row 7, Luis Canones and Tom Gerstner. Xander 22 laps, which is about almost twice what the distance was yesterday in the heat races. Totally different discipline, totally different game plan when it comes to these feature events. And truth be told, Mike Rollison hasn't just owned this class this weekend. He's owned it almost all year long. A number of main event wins, and even when he hasn't won, he stood on the box. And through the heat races, he's been perfect this weekend. He clinched the title just off the first couple of heats yesterday alone. Lorenzo Mardan has been good this year, just not good enough to contend with Mike Rollison. So now the battle switches here to second and third in the championship. And for Raleigh here today, this is just a fun one to hopefully conclude what has been a picture-perfect weekend. Pole and qualifying and all 3 heat race wins. Not necessarily by driving away, but by out-racing them in the final few laps. So everyone's kind of kept the aggression pretty down
here in KA Master. Unlike some of the other divisions we've seen, including the heats yesterday, they got pretty crazy by the end. The KA Masters have set the tone pretty nicely all weekend. Let's see how the main event turns out as they go green down to turn number 1, and it's a nice and good start for the opening row, but Scott Kopp and William Isaias get shuffled a little bit to the outside. What a jump for Laurentiu Mardan from 5th. He's up to 3rd as they head down the back straightaway for the first time. And Danilo Romalo, wow, way too deep and into the wall. And he has brought a number of cars, and everybody has spun around. About half the grid has spun in turn number 4 on the opening lap. A number of drivers. Max Pappas is involved. I believe as well, probably Pete Vetter involved. So it took Rollison wide as Romalo locked the brakes up on the inside, had no grip, and off the bat, Rollison drops to 4th. It is Laurentiu Mardan leading Scott Kopp, Miguel Mir, then Rollison, then Nicky Coelho, then William Isaias, as half of the grid, it felt like, went around in that opening crash in turn number 4.
And what did we just talk about in these track conditions? Even though they were at morning warm-ups, they weren't in a race. They weren't really in the heat of the moment. And early move by Romello, I think possibly too early, but he tried to make the move in under braking in that right-hander, and clearly it was just not going to be his to take, and couldn't hold his line, got off in the barriers, and caused some carnage with the other drivers as well.
Late yellow flags there. As you saw, a couple drivers were still stuck on the inside of the barrier in turn number 4. That has changed this one significantly now with Mike Rollison having to really slow down, throw his hand in the air. He had already completed the pass by the time they got into the turn, so I think he should be safe in 3rd, but it separated them out. It's Laurentiu Mardan on the Techno Kart leading the way over Kopp, now Rollison P3. And we're going red. Red flag here for this one, as a couple of the drivers in that wreck must still have been shaken up. So we will stop it right as quickly as we got underway. And I don't know if that'll put us back to a full restart of the session, or if it'll be a one-lap completed single foul restart with Mardan in the lead. We'll wait to see what the officials decide to do here. But a very scary crash off the bat in turn number 1. You can see Danilo Romalo getting out of his kart there in the Sodi as he's walking over. I'm sure he's probably going over to Mike Rollison to apologize about that, saying, hey, my bad, just no grip there, and he locked up the tires on the inside. Here's a look over at the drivers in the infield bowl over at turn number 4. Max Pappas was off on the side, and one other car collected as well. That's the driver they are checking out, who sat down on the inside. So the drivers that were involved in that first lap incident, Max Pappas, Brett Harrelson, Alfonso Santiago as well. And I think it's maybe Santiago that might be the driver that they are taking a look at and checking out on. Max Pappas. No, Pappas is the driver they're checking out. So Max Pappas was spun around, and I don't know if he got the wind knocked out of him or what there. You saw he was sitting facing backwards. And here comes the on-site medical team to come and check out Max and see if he is okay.
Hats off to Danilo Romalo for walking out to Rollison and saying, my bad, dude. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it. Rollison nodded his head. They shook hands. That's how it's supposed to be, Xander.
Yeah, no, that was very classy from Danilo Romalo to own the mistake right off the bat. And again, it wasn't malicious at all. He was just trying to go for the lead, and you can't blame him. Mike Rollison has been so fast all weekend. He's driven away, and Danilo thought, well, all right, I've got a shot. I might as well try and take it and try to go through for the lead. But, just went down to the inside of the corner, just had no grip. And, a great heads-up bit of driving by Mike Rollison as well to give him as much space as he could and to not let it take him out also as Danilo went spinning around. And then it felt like the whole pack just kind of stacked up once they saw the leaders go wide, and that's where everyone else kind of barreled on into the corner and ended up colliding. So, just a crazy, crazy start here for KA Master. But again, just like we said at the beginning of this broadcast, temperatures are really low. They got the warm-up session, but even then, everyone's tiptoeing around kind of all spread out amongst the racetrack. And, you go down into turn number 1 off of where you felt like, or turn 4 where you felt in the outlap, thinking you'd have grip. And there you can see Danilo with the hand signals explaining to Laurentiu Mardan. He's like, dude, I just went in. I thought I had grip, and then all of a sudden I had nothing, and I was on ice.
Kay Jr., you're on the grid. I hope you're watching this. Don't trust the racetrack yet because it's cold, it's slick. You've got 22 laps. 22 laps to make your move. don't make it in the first or second turn, because if you get into a slick part of the track, you could very well end your race, and that's not what you want, obviously. So tiptoe around there, get a feel for the track, know where you can race, know where you shouldn't race, and learn the racetrack. You got 22 laps to get where you need to be.
Well, the kart recovery vehicle has picked up Max Pappas' kart as well as the 401 of Alfonso Santiago. It'll be returning them back into the pit lane. So as the drivers continue to check things out over here, we're waiting just to clear the last little bit. Again, you saw Max Pappas before he switched back off that he was at least up and walking, so he's okay. Just probably a good shaking up. And, again, it's like cutting your hand when it's nice and cold. It just rips right open. So hopefully whatever, elbow ding or maybe getting the breath knocked out of him was the big thing there.
Well, one thing about it is I think it's safe to say that – no, I shouldn't say it's safe to say. Let's hope that some of the excitement we had yesterday doesn't repeat itself, because we had a very unique situation yesterday where we had someone that needed to be apprehended by the local law enforcement, and it happened to take place sort of kind of in the area. As it turns out, I guess he was actually found north of here a couple of miles. But something at a racetrack I've never witnessed, but it certainly made for an exciting afternoon. We want an exciting day today with our racing, and hopefully we're going to have that. And I think now, not really sure where the restart's going to be, but Mike Rollison, who's dominated most of the weekend, will be one that we can watch closely as we get a restart here. If they do start the way they crossed the line the last time, he'll be back and forth, and Laurentian Mardan will be in the front. If it's a complete restart, then Rollison would gain that pole position back. So we have to wait and see what's going to happen after the red flag and whether or not we can get a clean restart, a full restart, or whether we can resume one lap in the books. That'll be up to the race officials to make that decision, and we'll know here shortly. But while we have this time, it's a good time to say thank you to the great people that have helped us through the series. Our series sponsors, Miami USA East, Barbecue Pros by Marks, and MG Tires, all series sponsors of the US Pro Kart Series. And our weekend race sponsor, Odenthal Racing Products and Go Win Racing, sponsors of the US Pro Kart Series Carolina Grand Prix round number 5. We also want to thank our class sponsors for the season: Team Ferris Racing, BBS Race Engines, Speed Concepts, Franklin Motorsports, D&J Intermodal Services, Mike Doty Racing, Rollison Performance Group, and SRP Engines. Special thank you to all those folks that have helped support the series, our race sponsors earlier in the year. RPM and PSL Karting and Think 60, sponsors of the Southern Grand Prix in Orlando. In Houston, we had Motaz Sport, Orsolin Racing, and AR Racing Academy, sponsors of the Texas Grand Prix. Then in Newcastle, it was B&B Electric, Fox & Sons, and AIM Motorsports. They were all sponsors of the Indiana Grand Prix, round 3. Round 4 in the Ohio Grand Prix, we had Mills Pallet, Millwright, and MP3. Great partners in the US Pro Kart Series, all making it happen. And it's really been a great year. As we wind it down, of course, we have our championship banquet later on today to crown our 2023 champions. Engines fire up, so we'll take a look and see. It appears as though we're going to resume what it looks like is a single file restart with Laurentian Mardan leading the way, single file. So I believe we have one lap in the books. So the restart lineup would be Laurentian Mardan, Scott Kopp, Miguel Muir, Mike Rollison, fast qualifier, winner of all 3 heats yesterday. We'll watch him. He'll be back in 4th. Nicky Coelho, William Asias, Mingan Zhu, Danilo Ramallo, Tom Gerstner, and Luis Quinones. That is your top 10. Then we got Pete Vedder. I'm not sure if Max Pappas will rejoin, Brett Harrelson, and Alfonso Santiago. So I would imagine we do have some attrition here. Right now, Miguel Muir, who's supposed to start 3rd, having trouble getting the kart fired. We'll see if he can get going here. It does appear as though he is rolling now under power, and he'll try to catch up to the field for this single file restart. Kind of a unique setup for the restart, but when you have one lap in the books or more and there's a red flag, if we don't have a large portion of the race completed yet, we go back to a restart, resuming the last completed lap, which would be lap 1, and that restart isn't a single file format. So that's what you see here with Laurentja Mardan leading the way, Scott Kopp, Miguel Mir, Mike Rollison, and Nicky Coelho. That is your top 5 as we go around. Now, once they come around that turn 11, it is Laurentja Mardan that will set the pace, just like in a restart in any major motorsports event. He will set the pace. When he gets on it, the rest of the field gets on it. When the green flag goes out, they're racing. So we could see some 2 wide going into turn 1, even though it's a single file restart. But Laurentja Mardan, with an early break, will lead the pack down for the restart, 1 lap in the books.
Let's go down to pit lane here with Alexander Searle as we get set for the restart. Alex, what you got for us down on pit lane?
Yeah, Xander, thank you. Just first of all, I want to say thank you that all those drivers were okay from the incident. But right before this race gets started, I just want to mention a brief thing here. Today is Championship Sunday, and while a lot of the classes have their championship roundup, just like this Class KA Masters, a few classes like the KA Senior class are all up for grabs. The guy to beat right now, Elio Meza, a clean sweep yesterday. He's the guy to beat. His teammate Cooper Shipman, second place in the championship as well. Iron Rock looking to be a 1-2 in the championship. KA Masters on the way. Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Alex. Here as we go back to green. There is a good start for Nicky Coelho. He kind of caught Mike Rollison sleeping off the bat, got to the inside of him down at turn number 1, and now down the back straightaway, Laurentja Mardan has the field all together. I don't think we'll see anyone try any passes down in turn number 4, but this was, while unfortunate for the drivers taken out, kind of a lucky break for Danilo Romalo as he was able to restart back with the group at the end of the train. And so now Danilo Romalo is only behind William Isaias around 7th or 8th in line as Mike Rollison to the inside of Nicky Coelho. He'll pick that 4th spot back up, and William Isaias can't follow. Look at Romalo now to the inside of Isaias. Can't quite get there.
Danilo Romalo is certainly one of the fastest karts on the track. He's been racing wheel to wheel with Rollison most of the weekend. Rollison has been coming out on top, but the two are pretty equal. I think we're going to see both Rollison and Romalo work their way through the field as this race progresses. Remember, it's 22 laps. We've only got 2 laps in the books, so there's still 20 laps to go. A lot can happen, and nobody's breaking away right now, but I will say Laurentja Mardan has a good pace going, and Scott Kopp drafting Mardan. They're trying to break away a little bit. Don't think that's going to happen. Mike Rollison now up to 3rd, and Rollison, I think you're going to see him reel these guys in. If you're Danilo Romalo, you probably want to work your way through and get as close to Rollison as you can, because if Rollison can get up front, he's going to check out. So Rollison now working on 2nd place. Scott Kopp trying to make a move and get up to the point, but leading the way, Laurentja Mardan, 2 laps in, 20 to go.
Miguel Mir was also able to get around Nicky Coelho, so Mir moving forward, Coelho kind of sliding backwards, and that separated us to a 4-car lead group, and then about the rest of the group from 5th on back still running here. So Mardan, Kopp, Rollison, and Miguel Mir closing in there in the 4th spot, while behind William Isaias and Danilo Romalo are still trying to track down Nicky Coelho. But a great run out of turn 3 for Scott Kopp has him back close to Laurentja Mardan, and he knows he's going to have to go because Rollison is continuing to roll. But Scott Kopp looks pretty sporty here early on. Does he want to try and make a bid for the lead on Laurentja Mardan? Not quite yet.
I think with Rollison right on his rear bumper, Scott Kopp feels he's got to make a move around Mardan and hopefully gap a little bit before Rollison gets around Mardan, because if he stays there long enough, I think you're going to see Rollison under braking very soon try to make the pass on him. And here comes the Kopp to the inside, makes the pass in turn 1. Scott Kopp, your new leader, and he'll try to gap a little bit. Rollison doesn't want to wait too long here. He wants to get around Mardan if he can and chase down Scott Kopp. But a good run, nice clean pass by Scott Kopp. And Laurentja Mardan is not going anywhere. He's right on the rear bumper, and Mike Rollison in 3rd on the rear bumper of Mardan. Those 3 checking out ever so slightly over Miguel Mir in 4th.
Little bobble from Mardan in turn 6, had Rollison peek a nose, and that kind of hurt his run down into turn 8, so not going to do anything with it. Nicky Coelho is starting to roll now, though, and him and Danilo Romalo were both quicker than the race leader last time by, so they have connected that second group back up to the top 4, and they brought as well with them William Isaias in the 7th spot. So we've got 7 drivers in the lead pack down the front straightaway, still very early, lots of racing to go. as we're only 5 in, 17 laps remain here in these lengthy 22-lap and 20-lap main events on deck here today. As a little bit wide goes Miguel Mir out of turn 3. Coelho going to take advantage, and he gets through. Danilo Romalo trying to go as well. He does. So Danilo back into the 6th or 5th position. Coelho up to 4th. Miguel Mir slipping backwards now. Next up on the chopping block will be William Isaias. He's looking for 6th inside, and he gets that spot away on the International Motorsport Kart Republic. So William Isaias up to P6. Mir all the way down to 7th on that Orsilon Racing Tony kart.
And as many times this weekend we've seen, the fastest karts aren't necessarily on point but working their way through the pack. William Isaias, who just moved up to 6th, a 51.259, just went purple. Now Romalo, who is in 5th, he's making a charge, bringing Nicky Coelho with him, 51.522 on the rear bumper of Coelho. And now looks like we've got Romalo moving up even further. So Danilo Romalo on the charge as he tries to close in on that lead group, helping Coelho as we get a 5-kart breakaway. And Coelho and Romalo, I believe, could be the 2 fastest tandem out there. Romalo to the inside, makes the pass, takes over 4th spot on Coelho. Now Romalo up to 4th. He'll try to reel in Mike Rollison. That's where he wants to be. Now he can see Rollison, and he knows he can race with Rollison. Rollison has got to make a move on Mardan pretty soon, because heading up on his rear bumper is going to be Danilo Romalo.
And it'd be hard to think Danilo Romalo didn't suffer any damage with how hard that he slammed the outside barriers in turn 4 on that opening lap, which makes this all the more impressive that he is driving up through the field with the fastest laps being set so far. William Isaias nipped him last time by, but that PK Sports Sodi kart still looks pretty quick, even with damage potentially suffered in the opening lap turn 4 incident. So very impressive for the reigning series champ Danilo Romalo. Again, Mike Rollison has the championship locked up, so he can't defend that title. He'll lose that number 1 plate and surrender it to Rollison for 24. But as Rollison battles side by side with Mardan in turn number 8, Romalo now going to go to the inside in turn 9, and he'll get through for 3rd. Here comes Coelho. Here comes Isaias as well, door to door with Laurentiu. And Larry's going to go from 2nd all the way back to 6th here by the end of this lap.
Got freight trained on the outside of that corner, and all of a sudden he was leading not that long ago. He's back to 7th. That's how tight this competition is. And we've got really a good battle out there. Danilo Romalo and Nicky Coelho, they swap positions, but Coelho's right there drafting. Those two are going to charge up to the front. Mike Rollison drafting Scott Kopp. So those two have broken away now about a 2nd over 3rd and 4th, but close enough with still 14 laps to go to reel these guys in. Romalo, one of the quicker drivers on the track right now, as is William Isaias. He is right on the rear deck lid of Nicky Coelho. So Isaias trying to close back up, and Laurentiu Mardan still in that group as those 4 drivers actually try to close back in on the top 3. Scott Kopp, Mike Rollison, and now Danilo Romalo, who every lap gets a little bit closer to Rollison. He's about a 1/10 of a second quicker. Rollison now taking over the top spot. He heard footsteps. He said, "It's time to go, guys." And Mike Rollison. And no, Scott Kopp with his hand in the air. Scott Kopp pulls off. Run well all race,
no.
And he is off track. So Scott Kopp out of the race, and now Mike Rollison enjoying about a 5-kart length advantage over Danilo Romalo.
Out of the lead, too. What a heartbreak for Scott Kopp. He's had such a good and consistent weekend, Randy. I mean, through the heat races, he just seemed to get better and better, and then leading the main event here, just approaching the halfway mark, and loses power coming up the hill to turn number 3.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but unfortunate for Scott Kopp. Probably the best run he's had all weekend, and out of the race now about midpoint. 13 laps to go, 12 next time by as we work our way through what is almost the halfway point. Not quite yet, but we're getting close to the halfway mark. Still a great battle out there. Mike Rollis hitting his marks. Danilo Romalo just went purple the last lap at 51.188, 0.2 of a second quicker than Mike Rollison. Nicky Coelho helping the cause in 3rd. He's having a really strong run out there. William Isaias has been one of the quicker karts on the track. He runs 4th. And Laurentiu Mardan hasn't lost sight of this lead group. He is right there, and we're going to have a 5-kart battle as Mike Rollison has no drafting partners, and Danilo Romalo, lap after lap, reels him in.
Yeah, he is continuing to close. But again, that entire group is coming with him. And Laurentiu Mardan, after getting shuffled backwards here, he's not giving up. He's still got some fight left in him, so he's riding right with them, as well as, of course, William Isaias locked on the rear bumper and Nicky Coelho. As long as they keep working together, they'll keep making up time on Mike Rollison. That was another 10th taken off the gap. So the downside for Rollison, unlike in the heat races where he was able to find a drafting partner and push them away, his drafting partner and Scott Kopp just broke down. So now Rollison's kind of a sitting duck out there in front, and the pack is going to arrive here at this rate in about a lap or maybe two. So Danilo Romalo goes from crashing in turn number 4 to all of a sudden being on the cusp of battling for the win. Let's go down to pit lane here, as this is only the first of many main events to come today. 8 races in total. Alexander Searle's got our inside scoop. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Elio Meza, I mean, you came into this weekend, you were telling me, you know, I'm top 5 in points, but I don't know really where I stand. Well, you're first right now in KA Senior, right? You and your teammate 1 and 2. I mean, how different of a mindset is it now that you're entering this today with a chance to come in with a title?
I definitely wasn't expecting it. I knew we were in the title fight, but I didn't know we were already in the lead going into the final. So I got that news last night, and so definitely got me a little nervous, but not too much. I was kind of in this position last year as well in the junior series or junior ranks, but no, we're just going to treat it like any other race. We're going to go out there, do our best, and have fun.
Yeah, and shifting focus to X30 Senior, right? I mean, you've had similar pace that you had in KA, right? Just not the luck. I mean, what can you do to turn that around?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's going to be more of just trying to survive those first opening laps, because just as the heats progressed yesterday, it just got more and more reckless all around me. So that last heat race, we were doing really good until going into the last 5 laps where we had contact and unfortunately threw a chain, but we have really good speed. We got the kart dialed in, and so now it's more of a just kind of getting luck on our side.
All right, yeah, good luck, Elio.
Thank you.
There you have it from Elio Meza, just hoping for a bit of luck on his side. It was a very crazy final heat race in the X30 class, but what a turnaround of a weekend. What a standout weekend it's been for that young man in KA 100 Senior, taking the points lead from way back coming into the championship finale. Now, in KA Master, while we were chatting with Elio, that pack has caught Mike Rollison. I thought Danilo might have had a chance to go in turn 4, but he decided to wait, and Rollison looks pretty good in the infield section here, Randy. He's kind of pulled back out to a car length for what he may lose on the straightaway, a little better than the rest of the pack from maybe turn 6 to turn number 9.
I'll tell you who's looking really racy right now is Nicky Coelho in third. Nicky's found some speed he hasn't had all weekend, and he is just as quick as the rest of the field there. I think if he gets out, we got a pass there. Romello to the inside, makes the pass, did a little better this time. The track's a little warmer and stickier, but Romello takes the lead in the same place that he went into the barriers on the opening lap of the initial start. So Danilo Romello, the new leader, Rollison back to second, but that allows Nicky Coelho to close up to the rear bumper of Mike Rollison and brings Laurentiu Mardan and William Isaias with him. 5-car battle, nose to tail for this top spot. 7 laps to go next time by.
Laurentiu Mardan also made a move that lap in the same corner. He got to 4th, getting around William Isaias. So Laurentiu Mardan now looking on Nicky Coelho, trying to get himself back up to the front, potentially take over the lead here with 15 laps complete, 7 laps to go. Danilo Romello leading Mike Rollison down the back straightaway. Rollison is tucked up right behind his bumper here. This is the first time all race that Rollison's been able to follow Danilo and see where his strengths and weaknesses are. He was following Mardan. He's followed Scott Kopp, but now he gets to follow the black and orange Sodi card as they go to the infield hairpin. And Mardan, a little wiggle there as he looked to the inside on Nicky, but he decided to wait on it. He'll take a chance maybe later on in the circuit. So as they come out of turn 9, Danilo Romello leading a 5-car group here on the final race of the year for KA 100 Master, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Down the front straightaway, 5 drivers here, 6 laps left to go as they head for turn 1.
Nicky Coelho weighing out his options as he watches Mike Rollison and Danilo Romello inch away. Then as they get into the inside of the course, they kind of close in a little bit. I think they may have the ability to make a pass under braking, but straightaway speed, Romello and Rollison seem to have the top end needed to stay back. and that has shown on track as they gap them just a little bit. Coelho is losing that draft. He's got to reel him back in here pretty quick. And now we got a pass for third, and William Isaias, is that Laurentia Mardan? Laurentia Mardan now moves up to third as he gets around Isaias and Coelho. Now Isaias back to fifth. Coelho loses some ground in fourth. So William Isaias, who's been fast all race long, is going to try, or Laurentia Mardan is going to try to close back in. Now he was in the lead. He's going to try to close back in and hopefully have something for those top two.
And Larry's got to be perfect here because he now, like you said, when he went by Coelho, Isaias and Coelho went side by side, and they're all spread apart while Mike Rollison has still stayed on the bumper of Danilo Romalo and has pushed that gap to maybe 6 or 7 tenths of a second. So, you know, they're going to lose a little bit because Rollison has to brake earlier to stay off the bumper of Danilo in the braking zones on the infield section. That's where Laurentiu can make up time. But when they get onto the straightaway and they stay nose to bumper, it's going to be a big improvement for them over the gap back to third, fourth, and fifth. So coming this time to 4 laps to go, Danilo Romalo on the PK Sport black and orange Sodi kart. Mike Rollison on his own team's pink and purple Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Laurentiu Mardan, his own team's Techno kart with the red and white colors there in third. That time by Larry did make up some time. He was 2 tenths faster than the race leaders, so he's got half a second now to make up, and he is gaining quite a bit. Laurentiu Mardan, again, the second place driver in the championship coming into this weekend. Wasn't too quick through the heat races, ended up giving up some valuable points, and Rollison was able to clinch it. But now, Laurentiu trying to get close as there goes William Isaias to the inside on Nicky Coelho. He takes over the 4th spot.
I think you're going to see an opportunity for Larry Mardan to possibly have a shot at the lead when Rollison and Romelo start racing each other. Mardan's going to be right there. He's only about 2 kart lengths back now. They've got to be patient, I think, and wait. But really, honestly, the gap right now is equal. He has closed in on turn 1, and top-end speed, really surprising. I didn't think he had it, but top-end speed, he drafted up. And now Mardan is right at the rear bumper of Rollison. Rollison figures he may have to make a move now, or he's going to be subject to a pass by Mardan. So right now it's Romelo, Rollison, and Mardan, 1, 2, and 3 inches apart. Romelo trying to hold on and protect. Mardan takes a peek to the inside, but can't quite make the move. So with it'll be 2 laps to go this time by. I think Mike Rollison has got to find a way around Romalo, or he's going to have to defend real quick against Mardan.
Coming down the front stretch, either way, it's go time. Double sticks given here by Porter on the front straightaway. When does everyone want to make their move? Don't count out William Isaias either. He's caught up to these guys in just a lap or 2. So a big run for William Isaias these last few circuits around. He's in the mix. Coelho is a little bit further back, but he could definitely make some noise. So there are 4 drivers all lined up. Laurentiu Mardan, like you said, he looked in turn 8, didn't go last time. He's going to need to go soon because if you start that last lap in third, you're kind of banking on the leaders to really get into it hard and hurt themselves. He looks again, not close enough still. Rollison too deep on the brakes. He can't get around him. No change. Coming to the white flag, Danilo Romalo continues to lead.
Impressive in the line that Mike Rollins is taking, as you said, charging into the corner. You know, you've got to take it when you do under braking. You got it on a pass. You've got to take advantage of the driver in front of you, braking early. Rollison's not doing that. He's charging in those corners. He's running well with Romalo, and he's going to be awful tough to pass. But right now, the final lap, he's got to figure out how he's going to defend and at the same time make a pass. And here it comes to the inside. Mike Rollison makes the pass on Danilo Romalo. Here comes Larry Mardan. He takes over second spot. Does Mardan have anything left for Rollison? We're working our way through this final lap. Mike Rollison by a kart length over Laurentiu Mardan.
Played the game perfectly. He told Romalo to keep going forward, and now Romalo's getting into it with Laurentiu Mardan. Mardan gets run a little bit wide. Isaias gets through to second. Coelho into fourth, and Mike Rollison getting away as Coelho gets into the side of Romalo. He'll lose a little time, but out of the final turn, a perfect weekend to end off a perfect season. Mike Rollison wins the main event in KA Master and walks it off with the championship as well. William Isaias second. Danilo Romalo hangs on to third over Coelho, and Mardan fourth and fifth. Miguel Mir ends up in the 6th spot there by his lonesome. He faded back a little bit early on. Ming Nanju 7th. Luis Quinones 8th. Luis Quinones 7th, sorry. Pete Vedder 8th. Ming Nanju on the final lap had an issue. He ends up down what should be probably 10th position as Tom Gerstner will cross the line. But perfectly played Mike Corrales in final lap, and a little gamesmanship. If you pick that up, Randy, he told Danilo, no, don't block, kind of gave him the signal to keep going forward and leave the door open, and then he looked back and he told Larry, I'm going on him on the back straightaway, and then played the game right, got to the inside, got the help, and gets the win. So Mike Rollison perfectly played final lap, just as he was in all 3 heats. From the pole, every session, he pitches a clean sweep of the weekend in KA Master.
Yeah, tough break for Scott Kopp. He certainly would have had something to say about who came out on top in this race. He was really strong, but about mid-race, DNF, I don't know what caused it, but lost power and pulled off. So Scott Kopp, a good run, just falling too short.
With that here, the KA 100 Juniors will get set to go green as we take a look onto the grid. What a weekend it's been for Diego Guillot and the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. He'll be leading 50 drivers in total to green when we get back to racing with the second group, and he's been solid through the heats. Alongside him, Enzo Vidmontien, qualified inside the top 10, had to drive forward in all 3 of his heat races. He's worked himself up to the front row. So we'll take a quick break in the action. When we come back, BBS Race Engines, KA 100 Junior, 50 drivers strong, going green here from Trackhouse Motorplex.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Well, here we go for your starting lineup in BBS Race Engines KA 100 Junior. Again, Diego Guillot will start on the inside of the front row alongside Enzo Vidmontien's Motaz Sport Kart Republic. As the 50 drivers begin to roll off the grid here and make their way onto the racetrack, let's take you through the rest of the 48 drivers that will make up the final. Alongside Sebastian Garzone, who starts in third, will be Mason Walters on the outside of row number 2. Ty Fisher on the black and green TB kart will start on the inside of row number 3 and 5th. Alongside him, Javier Herrera, who has had a pretty consistent run this weekend. Stephen Miller in the Nash Motorsports EOS kart rolls off in 7th on the inside of row 4. Alongside him, the Team Timmy Tech Comp kart of Carter McMurray. Row 5 will have Keegan Kaminsky in the GFC Karting Speed Concepts Racing combo entry, and to his outside will be the Brandon Jarskrak Racing LN kart of Cade Yeager to put 2 of those BJR MDR machines in the top 10. Moving outside to 11th, there'll be Davin Roberts on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart starting in the inside of row 6. Alongside him, Diego Ardiles. Row number 7 will have Nathan Dupuis alongside Cash Perkins. Row 8, Justin Music and Ethan Sky Maniachek. Starting back in 16th. Graham Tremmel rolls off in 17th alongside California's own Peyton Westcott in the Nash Motorsports machine. Max Weiland starts on 19th there on the Magic Kart USA machine. On his outside will be Jackson Wolney in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Then back to 21st will be Alexander Gonzalez in the 813 alongside Austin Olds, who started dead last in all 3 heat races after having a transponder failure in qualifying. He's already made it up half the grid. He's got halfway still to go from the 11th row. Mateo Pappas rolls off in 23rd alongside Charlie Smith. Christian Meyer to the inside of row 13 alongside Aiden Young. Then it's Braden Zerves, Alexander Vanchev, Gabriel Balog, Benham Abernathy, the top 30. There's still 20 more to go, but we're already set to go green on the first time by. Let's see it. 50 cars. K.A. Jr. is green down to turn number 1, and already a little bit sideways for Sebastian Garzone, and Mason Walters has to take the escape route. He'll lose about 20 spots as they go up the hill to turn 3.
Big start for Diego Guillo, already about 5 kart lengths advantage over the field. Everybody headed in the right direction. We got, one of the barriers.
Peyton Westcott plows the outside retaining wall down, and there's about 2 or 3 more collected over in turn number 4. One spun off into the tire wall by the corner station. I believe that might be Alexander Vanchev on the inside, and so the main group has completely changed. Look at Stephen Miller up to 3rd there on the blue and chrome Nash Motorsports car. Just behind him, he got around Ty Fisher. That's Enzo Vidmontien in the white and orange Motaz Sport Kart Republic back in 5th. And Sebastian Garzone, I believe, has gotten away to 2nd. But what a lead for Diego Guillo. It is 1.2 seconds here at the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, Diego Guillo with a really good launch. Don't know if he's that much quicker, but he's got clean racetrack. Everybody had to race behind him to kind of settle in. Now we'll find out as Sebastian Garzone and Stephen Miller are nose to tail. They've been quick all weekend, and those two could reel Guillo back in if they can draft up to him. Right now, the gap is a little bit too far apart for the draft to take effect. Ty Fisher and Enzo Vidmontien all together in that second group.
Here comes Vidmontien through. You saw Keegan Kaminsky in that black and white GFC drop a tire coming out of turn 6. He lost a couple of spots there, so he'll drop further back towards the end of the top 10. As this group of 4 right here, this is second back to 5th. You have Garzone, Miller, Vidmontien, Ty Fisher, who goes a little wide out of 11. Do they make up any ground? You see Miller nosing low. He'll take over 2nd, brings Vidmontien with him, but they are gaining time. They picked up 2/10 that time on the race leaders of Diego Guillo. So this second pack, they are catching back up to him. They've got plenty of time to get there. Back in the 5th spot or 6th spot. What a start for Justin Music on the Arcade Motorsports Tony Kart. Just behind this group of 4, Justin Music has picked up 9 positions already here from way outside the top 10, although he dropped the right rear off there coming out of 6th, so they'll be under fire for him into turn 8. And looking to the inside, that's one of the Orsolon entry. That's Javier Herrera. He gets crossed over by Graham Tremmel, who gets around him. And then there's Davin Roberts looking to get by. Here's Roberts on the inside. Door to door. Herrera gets the boot to the outside lane. McMurray goes through. Dupuis goes through. Kaminsky is through. And there is, I believe, Cade Yeager sliding a little bit wide there coming out of 11 trying to get underneath him. But up front, Stephen Miller, Enzo Vidmontien making big-time strides towards the race lead. They were at a 51.7 that time, Randy. 52-0 for race leader Diego Guillo.
0.8 of a second separation between first and second. Consistently about 0.2 quicker every lap. They will catch Diego Guillo, and it will be a race for the lead. And right now it looks like 4th and 5th, Sebastian Garzone and Ty Fisher will come along for the ride. Then you've got a really big gap of about 2.5 seconds back to Justin Music, who's having a heck of a run. 9-spot advancement for Justin Music in kart 852. Graham Trammell with a good run in 7th. Davin Roberts, Carter McMurray in 9th. And top 10 is Nathan Dupuis. That's your top 10 running order currently. Diego Guillo leads the way. We got 4 laps in, 18 laps to go.
While the KA juniors are on the racetrack, KA 100 senior is down on the grid, and they're keeping an eye on what the racing looks like. Here comes a big run for the lead. Stephen Miller to the inside in turn 4 with Vidmontien. Guillo to the outside, and as Stephen Miller takes over the lead, we'll let Alexander Searle take over the mic down on pit lane. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here with Nate Cicero. Nate, you're one of the only guys in the KA senior class that isn't in contention for a championship today, but you're still in contention for a win. You're one of the fastest guys out there. Warm-up didn't go so well, but, just talk to me about how your weekend's been so far in the progression of the go-kart.
Yeah, it's been all right. We've been here and there, like right at the front or kind of on the edge of the top 10, missing a 10th or 2. So the KA class is so close here. A lot of people have so many laps. So we're just going to try and get up there in the final, starting 9th, and see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, with so many guys in contention for a championship and 50 go-karts pretty much entering today's feature race, what can you expect with a guy that's not really in contention, but you're just there to go for a victory? How crazy is it going to be? What do you think?
Yeah, I can pretty much do, not exactly whatever I want, but, I don't have anything on the line, so I can make a little bit of a riskier move. Some people might have to play it a little safe. I know there's quite a few people in contention for the championship, so we'll go out there and race our way to the front.
Awesome. Good luck, Nate.
Thank you.
Nate Cicero's had a busy year in MX5 Cup competition. Got a win over there. Has made a good amount of karting starts in the latter half of the season. And, of course, it's cool to see him back at the US Pro Kart Series, a series where he was able to run up at the front over the last 2 seasons with the Rollison Performance Group, really over the last 3, and back to the K100 senior class where he's had some success in years past. Up front, while we were away, Enzo Vidmontien took over the lead. It is now Sebastian Garzone to second, Miller third, Fisher fourth, Guillaume fifth, and then in that second group trying to close up is a pair. Davin Roberts and Graham Tremmel have broke away from the pack that was originally led by Justin Music. He's faded back down to the 15th spot, but GT as well as Davin Roberts are both starting to make a little bit of inroads towards the lead group. There goes Diego Guillot to the inside of Ty Fisher. That's for fourth, so he gets through. But Enzo Vidmontien leading this trio, trying to take them away from the rest of the field and hopefully minimize the amount of passing and battling that goes on. So there's them. Then there's the 2 4th and 5th place drivers. Then there's 6th and 7th. Davin Roberts up 5 spots into 6th here from 11th on the grid and trying to get a few more.
And a quick call to Alexander Jacoby, card 827. Started in 39th position, has already advanced 13 spots, now running in 26th. And Roman McCurdy started in 44th, is now up to 30th, advancing 14 spots. So some drivers back in the pack on the move. Long way to go in a short time to get there, but hats off to them for making some really solid moves early in this race.
Yeah, down to turn number 8 here. No big moves in the front of the field. That's going to kind of make it a little bit tougher for guys to work their way back up. Fastest car on the racetrack, you have to go all the way back to 12th to find him. It's the BJR LN kart of Mason Walters. The number 821 machine is down in 12th. They're running right around with Carter McMurray in the middle of that pack. There he is behind his teammate, Cade Yeager. He was, again, we saw him on the start. Started 4th. He makes a move here in turn 1 on Yeager. Got shuffled right there to the outside and had to go all the way around the barriers in the dirt and lost a ton of time. He's now up to the 11th position, starting to try and make his way back to the front, but he'll need a lot more battling in that lead group to get anywhere near the top 5. At the moment, that pack he's in is about 4 seconds back from this group, the top 3, with Vidmontien, Garzone, and Stephen Miller.
8 laps in the books now, 14 laps to go, so working our way towards the halfway point. And Enzo Vidmontien very methodically worked his way back up to the point. If you recall, Diego Guillot got the early jump on the field and was upwards of a second gap on the rest of the field. But we got a pass for the lead. Sebastian Garzone to the inside, makes the pass in turn 1 around Enzo Vidmontien and takes over the top spot. Stephen Miller continues in second in that lead draft. Then that second group of Diego Guillot and Ty Fisher trying to close back in. Last lap, they were about equal in speed to that lead group. They've got to get a little bit quicker, but the gap is not that much. It's about a half a second. In fact, they're beginning to close in. It's back to a 5-card battle for sure. But Sebastian Garzone right now the new leader.
Little mistake from Diego Guillot in turn 8 right as they got up to the group. So now it kind of opens back up from 3rd to 4th, but he was able to recover good in turn number 9. Just, again, everyone's still going faster and faster every single lap as they get more heat in the tires with this cold temperature race day that we've got here for Championship Sunday. Down the front straightaway that time. Due to the pass, they did give up some time not only to Guillot and Fisher, but Davin Roberts made up about a 10th. He's 1.7 seconds back with the help of Graham Tremmel there at the back of the frame. So they're starting to make a little bit of a run towards these guys, but they need a few more passes for the lead like that. Now that it's up to 5 cars, you might see a little less working together than what you did with 3. So if Diego Guillot and Ty Fisher can get up back into the mix, of course, Guillot led from the pole. We know he's fast enough to lead this race. The question is, does he want to do it now, or is he content to wait in 4th for about another maybe 6, 7, maybe even 10 laps? He could wait a little bit longer before he has to really get up to the lead.
He doesn't want to wait too long. I think it's safe running behind Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller's been awfully quick. So if he runs behind Stephen Miller, I don't see Stephen Miller losing that draft. So he could probably be a little patient, but he doesn't want to wait too long. You don't want to be in fourth with just 2 or 3 laps to go. That's a lot of work to do, and you're kind of hoping for something to develop in front of you. So I can't imagine him waiting too long. And if Stephen Miller starts to lose that draft, as he does, here comes Guillo. He makes the pass on Miller, takes over third. So Diego Guillo now up to third. Hits the bump a little bit too hard there, loses a little bit of time, but he'll try to reel him back in with Stephen Miller and Ty Fisher in his draft. Those 3 may be a little bit quicker, and you could see Diego Guillo up there challenging for second.
Yeah, Diego Guillo now only 2 car lengths back from Vidmontien. That was a perfectly timed pass. Didn't lose a lot of time in turn number 4. That's one of the best places to try and get by someone and keep moving forward. Turn 8, you lose a lot of time. Turn 1 can be somewhere in the middle. Anywhere in turn number 9, or maybe the last turn, can really hurt you with the big straightaways that follow. But you can get such a big draft on someone coming down to turn 4 that you can almost get fully clear, and then the banking helps you by even taking that narrow line to go to the inside. You can run a pretty good lap time. I mean, you can see it on Guillo. He still made up a 10th net overall. He did a 50.4 to Garzone at a 50.5. So Guillo closing on in here as we get past the halfway mark. We are 12 in, 10 to go, coming to 9 to go this time by. Down to pit lane here. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. I don't want to take away from the action too much here, but Connor, you're one of the many guys that are in a championship contention going into this feature race. Where is your head at right now?
I'm just going to try to have another good finish, keep it calm, collected, and try to win one.
Yeah, I mean, you and Elio have been, I don't want to say the class of the field, but you've been up there, right? Your 4th is your worst finish of the day yesterday. I mean, what can you do to continue that pace for today?
Same thing. Keep it in one piece, make it to the finish, hope for a good finish.
All right, good luck, Connor.
Thank you.
While we were side by side, you could see it there. New leader, Enzo Vidmontien, went by Sebastian Garzone, and he brought Guillo with him. So they have now brought a new faces to the front, and Guillo higher than he has been since the opening lap when he got away with a big lead. Does Diego Guillo want to take command? They've still got 2 1/4 seconds back to Davin Roberts and Graham Tremmel at the moment. So they can afford to battle like this right now because this pairing is not making up time. If anything, they're losing time. The group behind them, Mason Walters, is going quicker than the leaders as Guillo goes through to the lead here with 8 laps to go now, 14 complete. Mason Walters has brought that pack from 4.5, nearly 5 seconds away to almost down to 4, and this lead group going at it. That's going to make it easier for everyone else to catch up as Miller went by Vidmontien, and Garzone tried to go. He couldn't. He had to get back in line in front of Ty Fisher, and it gives Guillo a little bit of breathing room, but if anything, that's just going to get eaten back up, and it's almost like kind of the pack racing that we see sometimes at Talladega and Daytona where the leader gets just too far out in front and he becomes a sitting duck on either the front stretch or the back stretch if second or third are lined up, which they're not right now, but if they were, it'd be trouble. Here's the pass for third. Garzone versus Vidmontien. They're banging tires. They're going to lose a lot of time to the top 2.
You know, you made an excellent point a moment ago, Xander, too, about when you make the pass. And unless you're passing for the lead, it's got to be calculated because you make the pass in the wrong place. You can go from 4th to 3rd or 5th to 4th, but if in making that pass you lose ground to the leaders, have you really gained anything? And the truth is you haven't. So you got to be calculated where to do it. And right now, because of some bad timing on the passes, we've got a 2-car breakaway.
Here they go down to the infield hairpin. Diego Guillo, Stephen Miller, then Sebastian Garzone, Enzo Vidmontien, Ty Fisher. Now, because of the passing, the gap back to Davin Roberts and Graham Tremmel is down to 1.8 seconds, and they were just reeled in by Mason Walters, who set the fastest time of the race last time by. It might be too little too late for that next group, but you can see Walters is right there. The drive back forward for the kid that started 4th and had a dirt track it in turn number 2 on the opening lap. He's up to 8th. He's on the cusp of 6th, and with a little more passing in this lead group here in these final 6 laps, he could maybe, just maybe, crack the podium or even do one better.
Yeah, he's definitely led this group, and they've shown a lot of discipline because they haven't really been racing each other. They've stayed in line, knowing that if they do that, they may be a little bit quicker in line, in draft, to close in on the leaders. And they haven't, with 5 to go next time by, they haven't been able to completely accomplish that. but lap after lap they get a little bit closer. Now they're breaking up a little bit and starting to race each other. When they do that, I think they're going to lose ground, and with time running out on them, that could be a mistake.
Yes, but luckily for them, they are still battling up the road. Walters now to 6th. So Mason Walters continues to roll. 5 laps to go. Guillot has gotten a little bit of a gap back to Sebastian Garzone. But again, he's out just far enough that Garzone is going to get a big run on him with the help of Enzo Vidmontien, because Vidmontien fended off Miller. Miller back in 4th. Ty Fisher, this entire race has just kind of rode in this lead pack in 5th. He hasn't really made any big moves, hasn't been too aggressive. He's just been a good pusher all the way through, and now Guillot is going to go to the inside. Just like that. That little bit of defending in turn 8, that's going to bring everybody into the pack now. It'll pack them up really quickly. If not, Garzone doing this will. What a move in turn 9. Sebastian Garzone to the lead. Side by side for second. Guillot gets a brake cut by Vidmontien. No, Vidmontien back on him. Here comes Stephen Miller inside of them all. Furl black flag to Garzone, and they're 3 wide for third.
And guess what? That second group, closer and closer and closer. And I think you're going to see a gaggle for that second position. But right now, Sebastian Garzone has found a way to check out about 10 kart lengths.
Yeah, now they have to work together, but again, they've backed up so much that second group is close to them. Mason Walters almost fits into the camera shot. What a run for Mason Walters there on the BJRLN kart to go from crashing on the opening lap, basically, to back in this lead group here with 3.5 laps to go, and they're still fighting. That's Vidmontien and Fisher going by on Guillot, and so it is still a big lead for Sebastian Garzone, but he's not out of the woods yet. Coming to 3 to go, trying to give Orsilone Racing a big-time win. He's got a lot of karts hunting him down, including the 821 of Mason Walters and Graham Tremmel and Keegan Kaminsky and Nathan Dupuis and Diego Ardiles, Davin Roberts. This pack is now almost 11 drivers here with just 3 laps remaining.
They caught up to the lead group, and now they're all going to start racing because time is running out. If they start racing, like, say, Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmontien, if Vidmontien tries to make a move on Miller, I think you're going to see that play well into the hands of Sebastian Garzone. As tough as it's going to be, I think it's better for Vidmontien to wait until they at least catch up to Garzone before he tries to make that move. If he tries to make it too early, he's going to run out of time to make a move on Garzone for the lead.
Well, there you saw an attempt at a move for 5th. That was Mason Walters trying to get around Diego Guillot. It did not stick in turn 8, and they both lost some time to end up right where they were. Coming to 2 to go now. This is where it'll get a little bit crazy, but like you said, Enzo Vidmontien, he's got to suck it up and be very patient. He's been doing that so far. Stephen Miller's going to have a big run on Garzone down the back straightaway, and Garzone knows it. Does he block the inside? He does now. Late move to get down low. Miller stays, and now they're going to stack up for the lead. All of them, nose to tail. Garzone in the green and white Orsilone Tony kart. Miller in the blue and chrome Nash Motorsports machine. That white and orange kart Republic of Enzo Vidmontien. And then the green and white TB kart of Ty Fisher. Look at Stephen Miller all the way around the outside. And now Vidmontien gets through on both of them. And they're all going to stack up here. But Enzo Vidmontien's got the lead. To the high side goes Ty Fisher. He'll lose a few spots. Guillot to 4th. Walters to 5th. Vidmontien trying to block low. Miller with a crossover down the front straightaway.
This is going to get good this final lap, protecting low. Enzo Vidmontien, Stephen Miller right on his bumper. Miller's got to make a move on this last lap. 21 in, 1 lap to go. And in 21 laps, we haven't been able to separate the first 12 karts. Unbelievable racing here at Mooresville for the US Pro Kart Series. 2 kart length advantage for Enzo Vidmontien, but he's got company 7-8 strong right on his rear bumper. Something's got to give.
Through the infield section here, coming over to turn 7. Now turn 8, final time. Vidmontien low, Miller low. Look at Guillot to the high side. Garzone's going to drive him to the edge of the racetrack. Mason Walters behind has gotten to 5th as Fisher gets shuffled. Garzone gives the bumper to Vidmontien. He knocks him wide. Vidmontien still has the momentum. He'll hold on to the lead. Miller back to 4th. Final turn. Garzone gets a little run from Guillot, but it's going to be Enzo Vidmontien winning on Sunday here in KA Junior.
I want to tell you something. Enzo Vidmontien did a fantastic job. He was challenged. He was rubbed. He was bumped and banged. And you know what? He gathered it back up, didn't lose his cool, kept his line, kept it on track, and comes away with a really impressive win today. Congratulations to Enzo Vidmontien.
Vidmontien, your winner here in a crazy final in KA Junior. So much to talk about coming out of that one as it cycles through the 50-driver grid. A lot of them finished as crazy as that race was, all things considered. But Vidmontien over Garzone, Guillaume, Miller, Mason Walters drives back, gets into the top 5, onto the race day podium. Dupuis, Kaminsky, Ardiles, Roberts, Graham Tremmel, the top 10. And then big movers, the Hart Chargers were a little further back down the grid. 23rd for Walter Jenkins, the 4th. The last driver to transfer out of the LCQ goes from dead last, 50th, to P23. What a great drive for Walter Jenkins. Chase Buscalia picked up 15 spots. Alexander Jacoby picked up 12. Rowan McCurdy was on a big run forward, and he ended up 33rd, 11 spots. That was your LCQ winner. Bad news for Justin Music. He got involved in some issues earlier on when that pack caught him and then just kind of faded backwards there to 32nd. But a great run, again, for Enzo Vidmontien to get the win all the way down. Ty Fisher, heartbreak for him, ran in the top 5 that entire race. He ends up down in 11th. Carter McMurray, 12th. Javier Herrera, Alexander Gonzalez, and Cade Yeager, your top 15. But that's how they ended up here. Austin Olds talked about him all weekend with that transponder issue. A woulda, coulda, shoulda weekend. Drove from 22nd to 16th for him. Christian Meyer, Cash Perkins, Mateo Pappas picks up a handful. Charlie Smith rounded the top 20. But a wild ending to KA Junior, and the crazy racing's not going to stop here, folks, because KA Senior is down on the grid. So that's rolling next here while they clear the racetrack for more. We're right on track here for all the action. 2 main events down, 6 to come as we wrap up the 2023 US Pro Kart Series season here in Mooresville. Engines have fired here for Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift as they get set to roll. KA Senior will be coming up later on. My mistake here. It's time for the youngest stars in the US Pro Kart Series to get underway, and everyone's been chasing that kid right there. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Ives Racing number 48 of Parker Ives has been untouchable all weekend long. It is Maxwell Macha to the outside here in the number 74 SLA Kart Racing Sodi Kart. Best of the rest after the 3 heat races were combined, but you can bet after the dominant run that Parker put on yesterday, they will be looking to shuffle him backwards as quick as possible. Behind him there is the Timmy Tech Comp Kart, number 54 of Cade Wolf, who has also been pretty good throughout the heat races, kept his nose clean to start in the 3rd spot. To the outside, a driver that's had to come from a bit further back on the grid, the number 21 Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Bureau Art of Aston Wyatt will start to complete the 2nd row in 4th. Moving back to row number 3 there, it is Isaac Payne on the inside in the 5th spot, and the number 77 Parolin. And to his outside, another one of the many Sodi cards here this weekend, it's Josh Bergman on the PK Sport North America machine. Jake Manolio's had a good drive forward as well here through the heat races. He rolls off in the 7th spot in the Team Ferris Racing number 9 Kart Republic. And a fellow Kart Republic on the outside is Emerson Lane in the Trinity Karting Group machine. Row number 5, we'll have Colton Schniegenberg in the number 17 GWR Energy alongside Mateo Garcia. Mika Baruch rolls off on the inside of row number 6 alongside Oscar Gus Wunderl. Then it's Zane Burgess and Alex Chandler for row number 7. Row 8 has Liam Nachawati and Kimo Ahmad. And row 9, Camila Canache and the number 2 of Parker Stewart. Row number 10, Santiago Orioli rolls off on the inside to the outside. Lawrence Perriman, who's had to make up a lot of spots through the heat races after an issue in qualifying. He's halfway up the grid here in this one on the BJR MDR LN card. Maverick White starts on the inside of row number 11 there in the Magic Machine alongside Vion Bindi. And then row number 12 is Cameron Johnson and Daniel Ramirez. Anthony Mazzaculo and Marcelo Flores make up row 13 with Juan Diego Garcia-Arce and Grayson Walcott starting 27th and 28th. Riley Domelier rolls off in 29th in the number 88 alongside Sterling Mulata in the number 7. And moving to the final 10 spots on the grid, it's Bashi Jimenez and Brody Stoffel on row number 16. Row 70 is Nolan Carney and Pasha Ali. Row 18, Wynn Gottschalk and Samuel Chavery. Row 19, Dutch Westbrook, Axel Garcia has problems for the number 23 of one of the drivers slated to start at the back of the grid there. Avex Capitan Garduno was set to start 39th on the final row alongside Ryder Sutton, but he is struggling to keep that kart fired up right now, so that might abort the opening start, or it might end up ending his day. Let's see, the officials are walking off to the side, so it looks like he was able to get fired up. Nope, still getting checked out there, so no update for the number 23 of Avex Capitan Garduno. I don't know if that will delay the start or not. Let's take a look here. Hands in the air as they come down the front straightaway. Do we get the green flag? Well, they're still working. We do. Green flag down to turn 1, and it gets a little bit tight there as Aston Wyatt tried to go up the middle, and now there's more contact. He gets put in the air, and they're spinning, wrecking in front of the field. Half the drivers, it's a 10-12 car collision in turn number 2, and it collected a lot of front runners. Josh Bergman involved, Maxwell Macha involved. There's still more side-by-side racing as the field is spread out through turn number 4, and up front, through the chaos, Parker Ives escapes a scary opening start with a nice and healthy lead to Isaac Payne there in the white and red Parolin, then Cade Wolf, and then side-by-side for 4th, Colton Schniegenberg picking up a number of spots from the 9th place on the grid. He's up 5 already as Wolf looks to the inside to retake 2nd. He gets it done on Isaac Payne there coming out of turn number 9.
I think what you had happen there in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th rows, right? Everything behind the front row went in way too deep in that first corner. Actually got all the way to the front. Parker Ives and Maxwell Macha both got a little sideways as well because they were getting banged on. But they straightened it back out. And Ives, again, clean racetrack. He kept going through turn 1 after he got a little bump going sideways. But behind him it was chaos. Everybody seems to be rolling again for the most part. I think we might have had a couple that have fell out by the wayside. But fortunately everybody we're staying green, so everybody's okay. There was certainly some bumping and spinning. But we're only 1 lap working on our 2nd lap right now. And with clean racetrack, Parker Ives has already picked up where he left off yesterday with a 1-second advantage. Cade Wolf runs 2nd, Isaac Payne 3rd, Colton Schniegenberg and Jake Manalio. That's your top 5. Advancing 9 spots already on that first lap is Parker Stewart, who started 18th. Parker's already in the top 10, took advantage of a lot of the carnage, was able to drive through it. And by doing that, really took advantage of it and advanced quite a bit. It also created a lot of karts being spread out now, so we don't have a lot of close racing because everybody kind of scattered, so not a lot of drafting groups right now. This second group we're watching is pretty strong, and they've distanced from the rest of the field, but they're still trying to chase Parker Ives.
Yeah, they are trying to get closer to him here, but he is just so good on cold tires at the start of these races. It's so tough for any of them to kind of hold a candle to him. That opening lap, and then the second lap time by, he was still about a half-second better than Cade Wolf, who was next best. Colton Schniegenberg is at least starting to challenge up here for 3rd as he closes into Isaac Payne. But he needs a little bit more than just that to try and run down race leader Parker Ives, who is trying to cap off a championship season here in Micro Swift with 3 out of 4 main event wins. Could be 4 out of 5 by the end of the day as they head down the front straightaway. As the field comes through the start, finish, and over by turn number 4, we continue to roll. Let's go down to pit lane here for Pro Shifter getting ready to go. The first of 3 classes for Dalton Haynes. He attempts to triple this weekend, a record-setting attempt, and he's been pretty competitive in all 3. And Pro Shifter, he rolls off on the 4th row.
Thanks, Xander. Dalton, I mean, I got to ask before we get into any questions here, I mean, physically, how are you feeling? It was a demanding day for me yesterday.
Yeah, I'm feeling great, honestly. Like, we did a lot of training for about a month and a half, 2 months when I knew I wanted to do it. And been eating healthy for a month and a half. It's hard, and then we've just been working out every day. And I actually trained by not wearing a rib protector for a couple races to get my ribs ready for it. And they feel great. I feel great.
All right, now shifting gears to Pro Shifter. It's your first of 3 classes today. I mean, you've had a lot of incredible pace. I mean, maybe the starts could be a little bit better, right? But you figured it out in the 3rd heat. What can we expect from you in the final?
Yeah, so the main thing I was lacking in Shifter was just consistency. And, I mean, you're not going to have that your first ever weekend in a race, you know? But before this weekend, I did 2 sessions in a KZ, and we've been competitive. In the warm-up, I started catching Talon Yockel until I got pulled off, and I feel really confident in the kart and the engine. Armor at SRP Racing Engines have been doing great for me. The Kart Republic has been working really well, and the kart looks amazing with the Pride graphics, you know, and I feel good. And I think if I get a good start, that was the main issue. We got a good start in the last one. I feel like if I get a good start, we'll have a real good fighting chance for possibly even a podium. It just depends on how consistent I can be, and we'll see.
Yeah, moving to single speed now in both K and X30. You're not in contention for the championships, but this is a track that you're notoriously very fast in. I mean, how do you feel going to the race, X30 starting in the top 10?
Yeah, like you said, I don't really care about the championships. So I'm just going in, not caring how the order plays out. I mean, I have friends that are in the championship, but I'm not going to help them, you know. I mean, I want to win the race, obviously. I think Norberg's clinched the championship in X30. I don't know in KA at all. I don't really care, you know. I just want to do the best I possibly can. Starting P6 in KA, I feel really confident with that. Starting P10 in X30, we got wrecked in 2 races, and we still managed to finish inside the top 10 in almost all 3. So we've been very consistent in X30, and we have even more pace. We went P3 with a warm-up in X30, so I feel really confident if I get a good start in X30 and KA, I should be able to win both races.
All right, good luck today, Dalton.
Thank you.
Well, there you hear from Dalton Haynes again. No championship on the line, just trying to get the best possible finish, and that's where everyone else in this field probably feels right now, knowing that Parker Ives locked the title up, and he's long gone out in front. Cade Wolf's even pulled away here for 2nd. This is the battle for 3rd. Isaac Payne, Jake Manalio, and Colton Schniegenberg in the end of the train there on the red helmet.
This is a 20-lapper, so they've got 6 in, 14 laps to go. Parker Ives continues to be the fastest kart on the racetrack right now, a 3.5-second advantage over Cade Wolf. Colton Schniegenberg runs 3rd. Colton's advanced 6 spots in the number 17, so good run for Colton. Isaac Payne runs 4th. And Jake Manalio runs 5th. Through the top 10, Aston Wyatt 6th, Maxwell Macha 7th, Parker Stewart advancing 10 spots, starting in 18th. He's in the top 10, running in 8th. Mateo Garcia in 9th, and Liam Nakawati now up to 9th as he gets around Garcia. Garcia gets shuffled back to 10th, but Parker Ives putting the exclamation point on the championship today as he goes out in style with a huge advantage right now, working away to the halfway mark. But Parker Ives, your leader, 3.5 seconds over Cade Wolf.
As the field heads down to the infield hairpin here, Jake Manalio in the white helmet and the number 9 continues to lead this 3-car pack with Colton Schniegenberg and Jake Manalio, at the end of it, Isaac Payne right there. Further back on the field here, remember Aston Wyatt was up in the air in turn number 2 on the start. He's 6th right now on that AR Academy white and red Beer Alert machine. Running all by his lonesome at the moment in the number 21. Maxwell Macha, a little further back, our off-pole kid, he had to go pretty far wide in turn number 2. He's up to the 7th position on his rebound drive, but a long way back from the rest of the field. Parker Stewart, a great drive forward here. 10 spots up for Parker. He's to 8th on the Ryan Berry Motorsport machine. Then it's Liam Nachawati up 6 spots to 9th. Mateo Garcia runs 10th. There's a lot of big movers, in fact, further outside the top 10. Pasha Ali's picked up 14 spots to 20th. 15 spots for former race winner Juan Diego Garcia Arce up to the 12th position. Anthony Mazzaculo up 12 to 13. Grayson Walcott up 13 spots to the 15th position. So further back, a lot of big moves and shakers, but not a lot really up front here as we're about halfway in, halfway home for the Micro Swift main event. And coming out of the final turn, this will be exactly that, or close to that point. 9 down, 11 to go here for Jake Manolio, Colton Schniegenberg, and Isaac Payne running third, fourth, and fifth, while Cade Wolf is still by himself, just kind of holding station to them. He has not always been faster every lap, but being able to get away and just hold even. I mean, he's 1.5 seconds out. He could give up 1/10 per lap, and they still wouldn't be on his bumper by the end of the race.
Isaac Payne just getting around Schniegenberg for the 4th spot. That is the battle on the racetrack. 3rd, 4th, and 5th as they're all within inches of each other, racing for those 3rd, 4th, and 5th podium positions. So Schniegenberg now back to 5th, Payne in 4th, Manolio in 3rd, and then, as you said, on his own, Xander, Cade Wolf running in 2nd, but still nearly 5 seconds back of the leader, Parker Ives. Aston Wyatt trying to close in a little bit in 6th. Maxwell Macha, who started up in 2nd, gets shuffled all the way back in those early skirmishes. So he's back in 7th, trying to work his way back up the field. Parker Stewart still running strong as well. We're 10 laps in and 10 laps to go. So we have reached the halfway mark with Parker Ives, your leader, in our Micro Swift class.
So for Parker Ives, the championship already again well clinched coming into the weekend here with such a dominant run he's had through the season. And to be able to go to your home racetrack to end off a season, to be able to celebrate all that here is pretty mega. But to do it in the way that he's done this weekend, he is 5.5 seconds out and counting. We still are just halfway in and halfway to go. 11 laps down here. Parker Ives has been unbelievable here in the Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift division. Another fast lap of the race reset by Parker Ives. He's not slowing down. He could just cruise around here, take it easy, enjoy the view, enjoy the final 9 laps of his USPKS Micro Swift career before he moves up to the Mini Swift class in 2024. But no, he's still wanting to put the biggest beat down on the field that he possibly can. And kudos to him. His lead now, 6 seconds. Cade Wolf 2nd, and then this group here will go side by side while they go side by side again for 3rd, 4th, and 5th as we head down to pit lane to hear from Talon Yockel. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Talon, I mean, rolling out P4 here for the feature race yesterday. I mean, you know, the setup wasn't really there. You guys kept on messing around with it a little bit. I don't think we saw the best of Talon Yockel either. I mean, what can we expect from you today?
Well, I had to work on 2 corners this morning, turn 3 and the double rights, and I figured out turn 3, and I got a good idea of what I need to do in the double rights. So hopefully I got a little bit more pace because AJ had, I think, a full 10th on me this morning, and just see how it goes from there. Try to get the whole shot again, too.
Yeah, you mentioned AJ had a few tenths on you. I mean, where exactly is he? Is he a little bit quicker than you right now?
I believe it's probably the exit of the final corner. I think I'm over slowing it there, so maybe roll a little bit more speed as my minimum speed, but other than that, we're pretty even everywhere else.
And with AJ clinching the title in this class, can we expect just full aggression from you in this race?
Well, I do want as many points as I can grab, so I'm definitely going to attempt it. I'm going to go, full send the whole way.
All right, full send it is, Talon. Good luck from P4.
Thank you.
And we're back on track with our Micro Swifts as we wind this one down. 8 laps to go in this 20-lapper. It's still Parker Ives now enjoying nearly a 7-second advantage over Cade Wolf, with Colton Schniegenberg, Isaac Payne, and Jake Manolio remaining in that top 5. Not a lot of changes, all a great battle out there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th between Schniegenberg, Payne, and Manolio. And I think those 3 are going to do some more jostling back and forth for those 3rd, 4th, and 5th spots before this one's over.
Yeah, they have traded that spot quite a bit over the course of the weekend. and really the course of the main event from start to finish. I mean, third, fourth, and fifth has changed lap to lap. Colton Schneegenberg had it last lap. Now he's fourth. Isaac Payne's back up to third. Then it's back to Jake Manalio in the fifth spot. He's been third at points here, but it's, again, Alton, not much matter, really. I mean, they have a big gap. The closest one is Aston Wyatt, as you see Manalio going by Schneegenberg there in 11. Wyatt is still around the 2.5 to 2 seconds away in the 6th position, and they're not making up or losing too much time to Cade Wolf. I mean, they battled a little bit and probably added on maybe a second, but they weren't making up time to Cade, so even if they would have stayed single file, I don't know if they would have gotten there. But here is Manalio with a big run to the inside, turn 4. He'll take over third, and these are, again, the final 3 spots on the podium that they're deciding amongst themselves. If they fight enough, maybe Aston Wyatt could get there, but even with the passes, they still were a good bit quicker than Aston Wyatt and only a tenth or two slower than Cade Wolf. Let's check out the rest of the top 10 here while we go further back. There's Aston Wyatt in the number 21. Back behind him, talking about moving up through the field. Liam Nachawati up 8 spots, and this pack here, led by Maxwell Macha, this is where the fighting is. The 36 of Juan Diego Garcia Arce is now up 18 positions to the 9th spot. What a drive, and oh no, 2 together. Lawrence Perriman is one of them. I'm not sure on the ID of the other cart with him, but Lawrence Perriman, it might be the 66 of Anthony Mazzaculo. But Perriman in the number 28 stuck with him over at turn number 8. They're going to throw the local yellow there as we come to the line to get 5 laps to go. Here's a look at Diego Garcia Arce to the inside of what looks to be maybe Camila Canache in the 16. Indeed, it was the 66 of Anthony Mazzaculo involved in that crash. As we head down to turn number 4, watching this group, Garcia Arce, Zane Burgess on the inside. To the outside, they're falling back as Canache as one more's off. That is, oh man, who is that? That's the 11, the number 11 machine of Mateo Garcia going wide. He was in the middle of that group as well. Let's go down to pit lane here. This time by, we'll hear from AJ Myers as he gets set to close out his Pro Shifter Championship campaign. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. AJ, I mean, you have the championship locked up. Would you say you're treating this more of a practice session for Supernas coming up in a month?
No, I mean, a race is a race. I mean, we got to go out there. I got 5 guys behind me that have been pretty close all week, and I'm not even starting first. So first step is get the whole shot, try and get a gap, and see what's up from there.
Yeah, I mean, you've been Mr. Whole Shot for most of the year, right? I mean, you're not starting P1, but you had a DNF in the first heat. Would you say you're feeling confident for this race, to close out your campaign with a win?
Yeah, to be P2 after the first heat DNF, I mean, you couldn't ask for more, and honestly, the inside-outside here is what it is. Whoever gets to launch, you have enough time to take the lead into one.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how quick the GFCs were in qualifying, but you seem to have the upper hand in the race. I mean, what do you think you guys do differently as a team?
I don't know. We're back to new tires now, so hopefully it doesn't flip-flop again. I don't know. I think he was maybe more aggressive in the chicane curb, and I didn't take it. I think that's what the difference was.
All right, sounds good, AJ. Good luck.
Thank you.
There you hear it from A.J. Myers. Like you said, maybe he just wasn't aggressive enough on that lap in qualifying to get himself to pole, but he starts off pole in Pro Shifter as they get set to roll down the backstretch here. This battle for third still going. Aston Wyatt top of the screen with 3 laps to go here. Coming to 2 to go this time by Parker Ives. By the way, still hitting perfect lap times there. Another 54.548. That's the fastest lap of the race he set on lap 17. This 3-car group, Manalio, Schneegenberg, Isaac Payne, wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door, going through turn number 8 as Isaac Payne now looks for the crossover on the outside of Manalio. Not going to get it there over to turn number 9. And as they come out of that corner, they'll come up the hill to turn 10, turn 11, and head down to the double sticks from Porter on the front straightaway for the final 2 laps of the Team Ferris Racing Microsoft season. 3 drivers fighting for third. Cade Wolf safely in second. Parker Ives well out in front in the lead.
Good racing out there in that 3rd, 4th, and 5th position. Parker Ives has this one pretty well locked up. He's a lap and a half away from sweeping the weekend and becoming, which is technically the champion already, but becoming the 2023 Micro Swift US Pro Kart Series champion. So Parker Ives well on his way to doing that with a 10-second advantage over Cade Wolf. The battle right now that we're watching, Colton Schneegenberg, Jake Manalio, and Isaac Payne. And then further back, Aston Wyatt, Maxwell Macha, Liam Nikawati, and Zane Burgess. They've all battled really strong out there, had some good racing amongst themselves for those different positions. But clearly up front, Parker Ives and Cade Wolf have been dominant in first and second as their seconds, 10 seconds from first to second, and then it's another 5 seconds from second to third. So Ives and Wolf well underway to locking this thing down for first and second. The battle right now will be third, fourth, and fifth, Schneegenberg, Manalio, and Aston Wyatt. As we've gotten the white flag for Ives, I believe he's going to look at a checkered next time by.
Yeah, this is it. To end off the year in the most dominant way possible. Pull in qualifying, lead every lap of every heat, and drive away, and do the exact same thing in the main event. It's 4 main event wins on the year now. Parker Ives is the Micro Swift champion, and he does it at home at Trackhouse Motorplex with a main event win on Sunday.
Great run for Parker Ives. And I like his humility. He didn't jump up and down and wave and scream. He was very humble, crossed the line, knows he's champion, and good job.
Look at this third battle, 3 wide coming to the line. Who gets third? Aston Wyatt trying to get there. He got it. Aston Wyatt steals third away from this group. They were fighting so hard. Colton Schneegenberg, Isaac Payne, Jake Manolio all going at it. And Aston Wyatt at the line gets P3. Schneegenberg fourth, Payne fifth, and Jake Manolio just ends up a bit off the podium after getting spun around on that final lap. So there's a look at how they all ended up. A lot of DNFs. Obviously, we had a big crash on the opening lap, and then from there on, just a lot of attrition of drivers kind of going at it here on the final race of the season. But what a run, what a year for Parker Ives and the number 48 machine. A dominant performance here on Sunday. Cade Wolf, Aston Wyatt, Colton Schneegenberg, Isaac Payne again the top 5. There's a look down the back half of the grid, and we only ended up finishing, I believe, with 29 cars at the end of it all. There is the other 11 that did not get to finish here in the main. So Parker Ives, your winner. The rest of the top 10, Maxwell Macha ending 7th behind Jake Manolio, Liam Nachawati up 7 spots to 8th. Emerson Lane 9th, Alex Chandler 10th, and then 22 spots picked up for Pasha Ali. What a drive to end up 12th behind a 16-spot gain of Juan Diego Garcia Arce. So Micro Swift wrap. Now it's time for SRP Engines Pro Shifter, and we continue to go through here as we get towards the 4th group on the 8-class lineup, and there it is, Kyle Wick on the GFC karting machine lining up on the inside of A.J. Myers. The Magic Man has the title locked up. He said, it's still a race. I've still got to get the whole shot, and I've still got to try and keep these fast guys behind me who have been knocking on the door all weekend long to try and beat him. Only reason he's not on the pole is due to a mechanical DNF in Heat 1. Alan Isambard has been aggressive. He's been racing. He had a bad final heat race, but he rebounded from the crash with Jacob Gulick. He'll start 3rd there on the PK Sport North America. Sodi to his outside to make Magic Carts lined up in the first 2 rows on the outside of him is Talon Yockel, who has all but clinched the Vice Championship title here in Pro Shifter to be the number 2 to A.J. Myers' number 1 in 2024. The Magic line goes all the way back to Michael Riccio there on the outside of row 3 as he starts in the 6th spot. To his inside will be Jacob Gulick, who would be normally up on that 2nd row, maybe even on the 1st row, had things fallen a little better for Gulick. But the crash with Alan Isambard that stalled him in heat number 3 has him a couple spots further back. Dalton Haynes will start in the 7th position alongside Ethan Boer, then Jared Remner-Ryan, and Fraganese on the final row. They're waiting for the command here to fire the engines off for Pro Shifter, but this is the moment of zen again for everyone to get locked in and get ready for one of the most frantic parts of our sport, and that's a standing start.
Yes, most definitely, and I think this is going to be really interesting because we got AJ up on the front row now, and we'll see what he can do. But it's going to be a good one. I think we'll see a strong shifter race.
Yeah, hopefully it's a good battle here in this one. Again, AJ Myers has been able to work his way to the lead in all the starts, even though he hasn't had from the pole by normally lap 2 or maybe lap number 3. But for this one now, he's got the outside of the front row. If he can get that whole shot, he could maybe drive away. But Kyle Wick and the GFC boys, they've been working hard to try and improve the speed over the course of the 2 days. And like AJ said, now we're back on new rubber. Technically, that's where these guys had the advantage because they were on the front row locking it out in qualifying. Myers was good on used rubber, And again, that little extra benefit in heats 2 and 3 that we saw for him, part of it could be attributed to the fact that he broke down midway through the first heat, had a couple less laps on the tires. So any way you slice it, it should be a good show with a number of America's best pro shifter drivers getting set to go green here. And then 50 KA seniors will follow. The next class is up after KA senior will be Mini Swift, the class in the next age group up from the micros that we just watched. That'll be the 8 to 12-year-olds. They're always super fun to watch. And then X30 Pro Junior with a good turnout here this weekend has been fun to watch with Diego Ardiles and Stephen Miller, a number of other names at the front of the field like Enzo Vidmontien, and then X30 Pro Senior to cap off our weekend. It's one of the only two classes of the 8 that have not had the title decided here by Sunday. The other one, KA Senior, with as many as 9 drivers potentially in the championship fight, depending how this main event rolls. For shifter, though, the championship's locked. This is just going to be 22 laps of who's the best and who's the fastest here. That'll be our storyline for it as they begin to roll off onto the racetrack.
22 laps for our shifter carts as they take to the track now, lining up for a standing start. They'll do a warm-up lap and then come around for the start. And A.J. Myers, who is looking at a championship in the US Pro Kart Series for the shifter division, wants to put the icing on the cake, so to speak, and win here in Mooresville, but he's had some really strong competition. Kyle Wick on the pole, A.J. Myers outside, so it'll be all about the hole shot for these two in that front row. Alan Isambard and Talon Yockel, not that far back on speed and time as they've been strong all weekend. They're in row 2. Jacob Gulick and Michael Riccio in row 3. Dalton Haynes doing the triple this weekend, running 3 classes in row 4 with Ethan Boer and Jared Ramnarian and Carlinos Fragonesi in row 5. That's your starting lineup for the shifters. Kyle Wick will lead them down and line them up for that standing start. And a lot to do with these races is all about the hole shot. If you don't get a good hole shot off the front, you could spend the rest of your race trying to gain the ground you lost on the start. On the other hand, if you get a good hole shot, you can make up a lot on that start that you could not make up during the race. So that is critical to get off the line in quick time and make a difference.
Yeah, it's huge. It sets the tone for the race as well. I mean, you get the whole shot. You could be a little bit off in shifter racing, though it's so much easier to defend than even single speed. And we saw in some of the races at the end of yesterday how easy it was for guys to be able to white line it on this racetrack in a single speed car. Well, it's even easier in shifter. You go 1 gear lower in the center of the corner, wait for the guy to get right to your bumper, and then you kind of launch off, almost like the launch of the standing start. That makes the passing that much more exhilarating when you can get the passes successfully done. But if you're a 10th or 2/10 slower, but you get that whole shot off the line, you might be able to hold everyone back for the entirety of the race. And that's what Kyle Wick's hoping to do here. He's hoping he can at least get away from A.J. Myers, who has, when the cart's been running, been the driver to beat here this weekend. But luckily, again, he's on the outside of him. As long as Kyle can keep his nose on the inside by turn 1, he should get clear. You heard it from AJ, though. It's a long run down to turn 1 compared to some of the tracks that they are used to running. So he gets that good launch off the line. He could get clear, get into the lead. And Alan Isambard was better than almost everyone off the line in the final heat race. He went from 4th to 2nd. Could he go from 3rd to the lead here with a good jump on this one? For the final time this year, SRP Engines Pro Shifter in its first ever season is looking for its final main event. Kyle Wick, A.J. Myers on the front row, and we're green off the line. Good start for Wick. He'll get the lead and the whole shot down to turn number 1.
Very good launch for Kyle Wick, but A.J. Myers runs a nice clean line on the outside. Now slips to the inside, can't quite do it as Wick takes a good high line in turn 2. Wick with a 2-car length advantage as they head down the hill.
Yeah, down to turn number 4. Good start for Ethan Boer. He's door-to-door with Dalton Haynes further back behind Michael Riccio. Jacob Gulick, decent start. He's locked into the 5th spot there right behind Talon Yockel as Haynes gets through on Boer. That's back for 7th. Michael Riccio looking for 5th on Jacob Gulick in turn 8, and he gets through. Michael Riccio picking up a spot here on the opening lap as Alan Isambard continues to try and fend off Talon Yockel for that 3rd spot. So passes further back, but no passing for the lead. It's Kyle Wick that leads at the end of lap 1 here down the front straightaway.
A little bit of a gap right now. Kyle Wick over A.J. Myers, and they've both gapped 3rd and 4th. And Alan Isambard wants to try to get up there, but Talon Yockel now moving up to 3rd. He wants to try to chase down the top 2 We'll see if he's got anything for the leaders.
Jacob Gulick going back by Michael Riccio there at the end of the back straightaway, so he retakes 5th. But a good move, a heads-up move up the hill to turn 3 for Talon Yockel, and he caught Alan Isambard to the point where Isambard couldn't really defend it. And so Talon gets into 3rd. Isambard back to 4th. Gulick right there. And again, Dalton Haynes there in the Black Kart Republic. He's made it 5 in this group. Ethan Boer on the black and white GFC, not too far back. Up front, the leaders have gotten away, so it's the top 2. And then the midfield down the front straightaway as they head towards turn 1 with 2 laps complete, 20 to go. And this is shaping up to be very similar to round 3 of the championship back in Newcastle, Indiana here, Randy, where A.J. Myers and Kyle Wick were kind of head and shoulders above everybody else. A.J. got around him early, and then Kyle just had enough tire left in the final few laps to track him back down and get back by him. So will that be the case? I don't know if we'll see as much tire degradation with the lower temperatures today, but that seemed to be a strong point for Wick as there was a big send from Dalton Haynes down the inside of Michael Riccio. A little too deep there in turn 8, and Riccio holds on.
Well, Kyle Wick came to play today, that's for sure. He just went purple the last lap with a 45.710, a tenth of a second quicker than A.J. Myers. But this is a long race. We're only 2 laps in. We got 20 laps to go. A.J. biding his time. For Kyle Wick, this race is going to seem like 200 laps instead of 22 laps with A.J. Myers right on his bumper. Myers a little bit closer, looking for a spot to get around A.J. or to get around Kyle Wick and possibly gap Kyle Wick if he can. But right now, Kyle Wick running a strong race, leading the way.
And speaking of this race feeling long, it probably feels equally long for Alan Isambard right now because he's under such heavy pressure with Michael Riccio. The leaders continue to fight here out of turn number 9, or at least get close to fighting, but we haven't seen it yet. Out of the last turn, Wick, another good exit there. Myers there. There's Yockel. He's pulled well away from Jacob Gulick and company. Let's keep our eye on the fight for the lead while we go down to pit lane for some more intel for the KA Senior main event. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Peyton, Phillips. Peyton, I mean, you went into this weekend leading the points, not been the weekend up to this point that you would have liked. You're rolling off 25th. You're still second in points, though. We got to expect some chaos, right?
Oh, for sure. It's a KA race. It's going to be chaotic. Yeah, a bit surprised we were still leading the points after how many races, but yeah, we're going to give it everything. It's a long race. It's KA. Anything's possible. We know what we have to do.
Yeah, and I mean, being a championship contender, one of the main guys, I mean, where is your head at right now entering this race knowing you're middle of the pack?
Normally I would say good, but with just happening at the World Championship, I'm probably a bit more like, I'm going to try my best with Joe. I wish him a speedy recovery. That one was bad. Yeah, I was looking forward to racing him at Supernats, and now that's probably gone. Best of luck. Hopefully see you next year, and this race will be hopefully for you.
Yeah, thanks, Peyton. And like you mentioned, yeah, wishing a speedy recovery to Joe Turney. Back to you, Xander.
Yeah, he's referring to the FIA World Championships this weekend. Joe Turney involved in a very, very scary crash after wrecking out for the lead and trying to get refired. So we all wish Joe Turney the best here. Unfortunately, it may kind of take him out of getting to see him in the U.S. towards the end of this year or racing anything for a little while, but hoping for the best for Joe Turney in a very scary incident over in Franciacorta this week. Nonetheless, on the racetrack for Pro Shifter, nothing has changed. If anything, Kyle Wick, like you said, he came to play here on Sunday. He started to pull away from A.J. Myers. That gap is now at 0.2 a lap better and half a second overall back to him. Yockel still pulling away from Jacob Gulick's group that has Isambard, Riccio, and Haynes all in line as they go to turn number 5.
Good run out there for Kyle Wick, 45.385. Just went purple again. He is gapping A.J. Myers. Didn't think I'd be saying that today. But Kyle Wick with a strong run out there, making that gap a little bit bigger each lap, 0.2 of a second quicker than A.J. Myers on the last run. Talon Yockel, Jacob Gulick, and Alan Isambard, your top 5. But the story right now is Kyle Wick, and can he hang on for 15 more laps, 16 more laps? Can he hang on from A.J. Myers?
Yeah, Kyle Wick, his lead last time by, it opened up another bit. Oh, no, A.J. Myers had a problem. A.J. Myers is in. A.J. Myers is off. A.J. Myers, I don't know what happened to the 202. No, there he is. It was a transponder issue, sorry. Going back up. Look, we lost him for a second on the monitor. He's okay, so disregard your timing leaderboard. A.J. Myers is still good. but the transponder didn't register that last lap. But he's still pulling away. The downside for us, we won't be able to gauge the lap times. We'll have to eyeball test the margin between first to second. But Wick leads over Myers. Talon Yockel that time by, a good lap for him. He was a 10th better than the 2 leaders, so Talon 2.4 seconds back, starting to chip away at the lead, built up by Kyle Wick and his teammate in AJ. This group here is all single file, not shading the spots whatsoever from Gulick, Isambard, Riccio, and Haynes, just kind of rubber banding a bit, getting close in the braking zone, kind of spreading back out down the straightaways. Riccio, you can see, got a little close there to Isambard. Haynes even closer to him, but nobody able to make any moves at the moment.
14 laps to go. We've got 8 laps in the books. Kyle Wick, lap after lap, steady, hasn't missed a mark. His laps have been consistent. A.J. Myers, not that far back, but not gaining any ground on Kyle Wick. A little bit of a surprise there. We thought A.J. would have something for him, but right now he's not close enough to even think about making a move. He's got to dial him back in the next few laps before he pulls away to the point that he can't reach him. He's got no drafting help. Talon Yockel does run third and could be closing in a little bit on AJ, and maybe if he can reach him, those two together could close in on Kyle Wick. But right now the story is Kyle Wick dominance early in this Pro Shifter final.
Yeah, Kyle Wick, his lead back to Talon Yockel's 2.3 seconds to AJ Myers. It just is opening up probably about 7 or 8 tenths of a second, which is interesting to see that Myers is slowing down as his teammate Yockel is picking up speed. But for Kyle Wick, what an upset it would be for him and the GFC Karting Boys, the Northern California-based team, guy from the Pacific Northwest, coming in to the home turf of A.J. Myers and Talon Yockel here in North Carolina, and to beat them at their home racetrack. That's sending a pretty big message and a big boost of confidence before we get to Vegas season with Rock Vegas in a couple weeks and the SCUSA Super Nationals in early November. Still only 10 laps complete, though. A lot can change in the next 12 laps. We'll go side by side down to pit lane for some more intel here on KA Senior while we keep our eye on the battle as Riccio gets around Alan Isambard there for 4th.
Thanks, Xander. You're with Harley Keeble. Harley, I mean, it's been an all-right weekend for you, up and down, right? I mean, if yesterday's heat races are anything to go for, how do you expect this race to go?
Well, yesterday it was much warmer than today, and we seem to be a little bit quicker in the cold, so hopefully that plays a bit into my advantage, and hopefully they start fighting, because if they push like they did yesterday, the first 4 guys, it's going to be difficult, especially when there's this many laps, so you haven't quite got the speed. But I mean, I don't know, let's see. Everyone wants to win, so it could go either way.
Yeah, you mentioned it being colder. Besides that, I mean, how confident are you guys on new tires?
We're pretty confident. I mean, the chassis is good, so I mean, we haven't got to worry about the new tires. It's just more about how the race plans out and how my speed is and everything like this.
All right, good luck, Harley.
Thank you.
Harley Keeble had an up-and-down day yesterday in both KA and X30 Pro, but again, for KA Senior, he's at least looking pretty decent for the Pro Shifter class here. While we were side-by-side, you saw Ethan Boer start to close up to Dalton Haynes. What a progression it's been for this young man here in the 281. All the GFCs looking to find a little more speed here today, but especially for Ethan, this has been just the next group that he's been trying to close up to in his rookie shifter season. At this point for him, it's just learning new racetracks, getting seat time, developing himself as a driver, and he's, of course, got great mentorship under the GFC karting team with world-renowned shifter kart pilot Gary Carlton, and then his 2 teammates here who are up the road in Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick being great data points to trade off of. But for Ethan Boer to be running the lap times he's running, to be pretty close to the end of that pack is pretty solid. As we look towards the front 3, Talon Yockel, I believe, has gone around, or closed up to A.J. Myers even more so. Talon Yockel, actually, fastest car on the racetrack last time by. We heard him in that interview yesterday, Randy. He said he feels really good around here on old tires, long runs. We're getting to that part of the race now. We're seeing a little bit of tire wear, and Talon is coming alive.
He actually was 0.3 quicker the last lap than Kyle Wick. As you said, he's closing on AJ. If AJ doesn't fight but lets him by, who knows? I mean, he could have a possible shot at Kyle, but he's got to hit his marks every lap. We've got 9 laps to go. He's got time. If he could continue to gain 0.3 of a second, 2 to 3 tenths a lap, he could be there or possibly bring A.J. back to Kyle Wick. I would say it's not over yet for Kyle Wick. He needs to continue to hit his marks and run strong lap after lap, or he's going to have some company here pretty quick.
And again, it's tough for us to gauge where A.J. Myers' speed is. That transponder stopped working around lap 9 or 10. Either it came off the car midway through the race, or more than likely the battery may have died on his transponder. So the lap times you're showing, they're just basically just putting A.J. right above Talon on the marker. Talon now picks up another 2 tenths on Kyle Wick. He's 1.1 seconds back with 7 laps to go. And again, closing in, he's been consistently at 45.5s. Kyle Wick, 45.7s. Talon Yockel, fastest car on the racetrack. He might just win this thing here. Let's go down the pit lane to hear from Alex Stanfield. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Alex Stanfield. Alex, I mean, you know, top 5 starting position here. One of the best we've seen you all year long, just with how unlucky you've been, right? You're surrounded by a bunch of drivers who are in contention for the championship. I mean, how does that change your approach at all?
No, it doesn't. I just still want to win the race and get the best position I can.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, you've been quite unlucky for most of the season, right? I mean, you've only done one other round in the USPKS, and you got wrecked at your home track. How big of a boost of confidence is this top 5 for you right now?
Yeah, it's a good starting spot. I'm on the inside, which is good, and I just want to get to the lead as soon as I can.
All right, good luck, Alex.
Thank you.
Problems for Alan Isambard. He has nosed into the outside wall over at turn number 8, and the PK Sports Sodi driver is done. He was running in the middle group with Dalton Haynes and Michael Riccio, and Alan Isambard goes out here on lap number 16. Here's a look back at the fight for second and third. What we thought was maybe more of an A.J. Myers versus Kyle Wick show has become Talon Yockel into the three-way fight. Here comes Talon, 2 car lengths back from A.J. with 5 laps to go.
If you're A.J. Myers right now and you can tell it's Talon Yockel, do you let him by to see if he's got anything for Kyle Wick?
I mean, I would think so, right? He's not in the points, doesn't hurt him at all. And again, if Talon gets up there and starts messing with Kyle, that could give A.J. new life. And he might be able to steal one from both of them, because by himself, he's not been able to hold up with Kyle Wick. But the more that Talon runs behind A.J. Myers, the more he has to adjust his line to not run into him and maybe worry a little bit about losing the front nose going through turn 3 and turn 6. The more he slows down the speed. I mean, last time by for Talon Yockel, he started to finally lose some time to Kyle Wick. Gave up 1/10 of a second. He's low on laps now. 4 to go. Talon Yockel that time by. Still a little better than Wick. Not a lot, though. It's a 1-second gap. He's got to run down the backstretch if he can hold it here. Big run against his teammate. No, not enough at the end of the straightaway.
Yeah, this isn't helping Yockel, though. I don't think A.J. has the ability to catch Kyle Wick. Talon does. And there's the pass. He must have known who it was because he let him by. And now Talon Yockel is on the charge. We might have a race in our hands, Xander, as Talon Yockel's got nothing but clean racetrack to Kyle Wick. Let's see if he can do it.
How much do you have left in the tank here? Talon Yockel, can you hunt down multi-time race winner here this year, Kyle Wick, or multi-time race winner and pro shifter Kyle Wick? He's only got 1 win on the year going back to Newcastle Motorsports Park. He'd like to go and get his second one here in the US Pro Kart Series at Trackhouse Motorplex, but Talon is digging with everything that he's got, with all his friends and family here at home. He's spent the last, I believe, 5 or 6 years at this racetrack, and he's just been budding with confidence as he's progressed over the course of this season. Got the Stars Championship Series title in Pro Stars. Has been so close to getting, better and better. Every U.S. Pro Kart Series event, this kid has improved and closed the margin to A.J. Myers, and now in the final race of the year, he's gotten better than him, and he is challenging for the race win if he can get there in time, because they're coming to 2 to go this time by. That's still a pretty big gap. Kyle Wick has found a little more speed late, and out of the final turn, what's the gap going to look like? Back to Yockel at the line. Talon sees it. 9/10. He picked up 3/10 that time by, so maybe, but it'd be a Hail Mary.
It would be a Hail Mary because with 2 to go, I think simple math tells you he's not going to be able to catch him. He may if he can catch that draft. It's got to happen pretty quick. It just took him too long to get around A.J. Myers. Had he been able to do it right away, might have had a shot at it, but Kyle Wick has been consistent lap after lap. Talon may be the fastest card in the racetrack, but Kyle Wick right now holds the cards, and I think with just a lap and a half to go, it's going to be awfully tough for Talon to catch him.
I mean, he is eating up that gap at every bit that he can, but Kyle Wick can afford to lose it. the GFC driver, takes us up the hill to turn 11. He's coming down to see the white flag. 1 lap to go for Kyle Wick here. He just needs to hang on. He knows that black, orange, and blue Magic Cart's coming, but a good final sector for Kyle Wick. Loses only 1/10 net on the overall, so he's 8/10 out in front. And for the final lap around here, this incredible drive forward from nearly 3 seconds back for Talon Yockel. Just a bit too slow on the start, and like you said, a little bit too long to get around AJ, but still a good run.
Yeah, definitely a good run for Talon, and one of the best runs we've seen him all year in USPKS. So hats off to Talon Yockel. But how about Kyle Wick? He got a good hole shot and pretty much owned this race, really dominated. A.J. Myers didn't quite have the pace he had hoped for. Back in fourth, we've got Jacob Gulick, and a nice run now for Dalton Haynes as he'll go to top 5.
Down the front straightaway, Kyle Wick wins it here at Trackhouse Motorplex. He's 2 for 2 in USPKS competition. Talon Yockel gave him everything that he had there at the end, just comes up a little bit short, but a very good run to secure second in the championship. And A.J. Myers ends off the day a little bit frustrated probably to end up down in the 3rd spot at the end of it all, but at 3rd there, it's showing him 4th, but he's properly 3rd. He was well ahead of Jacob Gulick. But 3rd for A.J. Myers. Nonetheless, he at least clinches the championship. Jacob Gulick ends up P4. Dalton Haynes gets around Michael Riccio late and gets onto the podium in his Pro Shifter debut. Very impressive for the first of 3 races. He's still got to hop right out of this go-kart and get in the KA1, but the spotlight deserves to be shown on Kyle Wick. He was off the pace a little bit in all 3 heat races compared to A.J. Come around Sunday, they find a little more, and he wins it flag to flag.
Clean race. Nice run by Kyle Wick, our champion today in Pro Shifter, but our champion for the season, of course, A.J. Myers.
Kyle Wick taking a nice and slow victory lap here as he makes his way over to turn number 9. And I don't know if we'll see any donuts here from the Pacific Northwesterner as he picks up that extra bit of rubber, making sure that he can add on the little bit of weight or so to make minimum weight there in the scale line. But for Kyle Wick, a good run here. Beyond him, again, Gulick making it GFC 1-4. Ethan Boer, still a strong run. He's ended up just behind Michael Riccio in the 7th spot. Jared Ramnarayan in 8th, and then Alan Isambard and Carlinos Freganese, the 2 DNFs here in Pro Shifter. 50 drivers coming your way for KA100 Senior, and it is a 9-way title fight, basically coming down to the final session of the weekend. Anyone could get it, and it could be this kid, Houston, Texas's own Elio Meza, will be leading us to green when we come back.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
And welcome back to round 5 of the US Pro Kart Series here at the Trackhouse Motorplex. We have got KA Senior on grid and now on track for their final. Brought to us by Mike Doty Racing. On the pole, Elio Mays in the 927 with Paulie Massimino on the outside of the front row. Row 2, it's Weston Workman and Connor Ferris. In row 3, we got Alex Stanfield and Dalton Haynes. Row 4, Eli Warren and Aiden Rudolph. Nate Cicero and Harley Keeble make up row 5. Row 6, it's Cooper Shipman and Emery Lida. Finnegan Bailiff and Mick Gabriel in row 7. Row 8 is Braden Eves and Josh Campbell. Row 9, Oliver Piatek and Henry Wheeler. Row 10, Vinny Mascalis and Adam Rylance. Row 11, Brandon Lemke and Anthony Rivera. Row 12, Aiden Levy and Luke Welcome. Row 13, Peyton Phillips and Seamus McHenry. Row 14, Abby Adams and Drew James. Row 15, David Weeks, Tommy Milwane. In row 16, it is Lydia Small and Mackenzie Milwane. In row 17, Taryn Odom and Raheem Alibi. In row 18, Adam Brickley, Kingston Himes. Row 19, Spencer Mast and Michael Levitt. Row 20, it's Rodrigo Gonzalez and Xavier Davis. Row 21, Alex Feldstein and Anthony Martella. Row 22, it's Caden Bell and Camden Romains. In row 23, Henry Leopard and Geronimo Gomez Aza. In row 24, Lorenzo Kaufman and Charlotte Trainer. Row 25, Christian Blevins and Henry McBride and Leah Block starting 51 on the field. We're about ready to go green. Xander. We're 51 strong, and looks like we're going to go one more time around. One of the 2 largest classes of the weekend, Xander. And, boy, I'll tell you, that front row is stacked, and so is the first 4 or 5 rows. This is anybody's race. It should be a wild one.
Yeah, this is going to be so intense. And, again, we're going to get updates. A big kudos to ekartingnews.com's David Cole, who will be helping us out with us championship scenarios as they run, because there are a number of drivers that all have a shot at this title. Elio Meza and Cooper Shipman are in contention. So is Aiden Rudolph. So is Braden Eves. So is Connor Ferris. And the list goes on the number of drivers that all have a potential shot to win this title here today based on how the cards fall and in this main event. But then there's also about an equal amount of drivers in between that group of 9 in the top 20 that aren't in the championship fight, like Paulie Massimino doing this race as a one-off. The same for Weston Workman. Alex Stanfield's only run 2 races this year. This is his second. He's not in the title fight either. Neither is the likes of Harley Keeble, who I believe missed out on the opening round, so he's potentially out. Nate Cicero, a one-off run. So about a 50-50 split up front between championship and one-off drivers. What's that going to do to the racing? 51 drivers looking for green down in turn 1, and this time we get it. And it's a rough start for the outside lane as a lot of drivers got bogged down, and there's a couple spinning on the outside of turn 1. But the front 20 or so are clean and away, and Paulie Massimino's got the lead down at turn number 4.
What a great start for Paulie Massimino. You're right, the outside line did not do well except for the front row. Paulie Massimino starting outside of the front row in second, had a nice, good line to the outside, fell in place in his position behind Meza, and then took the lead in turn 2 under braking. So your leader is Paulie Massimino as we work our way through lap 1 of this 51-card field for the KA Senior class. Paulie Massimino leading the way.
Harley Keeble there on the inside of Cooper Shipman with Nate Cicero. They're going by. Dalton Haynes got shuffled back a little bit from 6th. He's around 8th or 9th. Good start for Braden Eves on the MPG Kart Republic. He's about 10th or so, but up front, Massimino, Weston Workman, Alex Stanfield, Elio Meza back to 4th at the end of the opening lap. Then it's Connor Ferris and then Eli Warren. And now as they head out of turn number 3, through to turn number 4, single file on the bottom side.
Second lap right now with Paulie Massimino still leading the way across the stripe. Weston Workman in second, Alex Stanfield third. Big movers right now. Braden Eves already up 4 spots from 15th to 11th. Adam Rylance up 4 spots from 20th to 16th. David Weeks up 6 spots from 29th to 23rd. All chasing Paulie Massimino, but some quick movers in this KA Senior class.
Your championship update. Peyton Phillips, the driver who entered today, second in the championship fight, was the driver spun around in turn number 1 along with a handful of others. So Peyton Phillips' championship hopes might have just gone up in smoke. The other driver involved that was also in the championship fight, Brandon Lemke. He also went around in turn number 1. So Seamus McKendry, Brandon Lemke, Peyton Phillips all collected on the opening corner there at the start of this one. And they're still going. A red flag could change things, but at the moment as things run, their championship hopes pretty much out the window here as Paulie Massimino leads us to the hairpin. We're going to see some passes. Weston Workman to the inside. He takes over the lead. Stanfield gets there to second. Massimino back into third, and Mesa's going to get pushed to the wayside as here comes Carly Keeble. Here comes Eli Warren now to the inside of Mesa. And as he goes further backwards, that's good news for the next guy in the title fight, which I believe would be Connor Ferris. He needs to get up there a little bit further.
And how quickly things can change as Elio Mesa just had passed Connor Ferris a lap before and then gets shuffled back now to the 7th position. He was up to 4th. Now Connor Ferris, a little bit of a gap now on Mesa as he tries to get his line on that championship. Alex Stanfield now around Weston Workman to take the top spot. Connor Ferris up and over, and he gets past Paulie Massimino. He's up to 3rd, and they're 2 wide behind him. Now a 3-car breakaway with Workman, Stanfield, and Ferris trying to check out on the field, and we'll see if Massimino can close back in.
This is where it can get a little bit silly here as the pack is so big and there's so many drivers all wanting to go and fight for everything that's on the line right now that we could see some big chaos come from this pack here sooner rather than later because the group goes way back. There goes the frill black flag to one driver. I think that was to Harley Keeble across the line. He runs just ahead of Eli Warren. So with Phillips out, Eves again in the middle of that pack, but he's a little further back. Connor Ferris entered this weekend before drops 262 points out of the lead. Depending on how things go, he could be in a good position, but I think with Elio Mesa on his tail, Mesa might still be the one commanding the title fight as of right now, which would be a fantastic run for a rookie to win the KA Senior title here at USPKS once again. As through turn number 8 we go. There's Cooper Shipman at middle of your screen. There's Massimino getting back up to Harley Keeble and company on the BJR MDRLN cart. He's got Dalton Haynes right behind him. But up front, Alex Stanfield's lead still holding strong as Workman is going to have to deal with Keeble if he can't get going because Harley Keeble's got to run. He's going to go with it to turn 1 and take over 4th.
Keeble makes the pass and gets up to 4th position, getting around Workman. Now he'll try to chase down the top 3. Stanfield, Ferris, and Mesa trying to check out a little bit, and they're fanning out behind them as Keeble tries to protect Weston Workman, trying to get some drafting partners right now to get back to Harley Keeble and take over that 4th spot again. But right now it's Keeble in 4th, Mesa, Ferris, and Stanfield 3rd, 2nd, and 1st in that order as they check out maybe 10 kart lengths. And we got a pass for 2nd as Elio Mesa now gets around Connor Ferris, and he takes over the 2nd spot.
And that is the fight, just not for 2nd. That's the fight for the championship. Elio Mesa needs to beat Connor Ferris by a good margin because Ferris picked up so much in the drops after everything. Connor Ferris, I think, could finish 1 spot behind him. But if he finishes 2nd and Mesa wins, I think that it comes down to maybe 1 or 2 points. So Elio Mesa needs to put at least 1 car between himself and Connor Ferris to win the championship as they run. Right now he's 2nd, right behind fellow Texan Alex Stanfield. If not, it'd be Connor Ferris's first US Pro Kart Series title and a big win for a team, one of the smaller teams in the paddock, the Team Ferris Racing Camp, running 3rd right now with their leading man.
Elio Mesa goes purple the last lap, and now he's going to try to make a move for the lead. Makes the pass around Alex Stanfield, takes over the top spot. Elio Mesa, your new leader. Stanfield back to 2nd. Connor Ferris now doesn't want to see that gap. He's got to get around Stanfield and close back in on Mesa. He could see that championship slipping away.
Yeah, Elio Mesa now leading the way here, doing everything that he needs to do to try and clinch a title. Connor Ferris looking behind Alex Stanfield. Stanfield pointed there to him. I think he wants to go back to the lead by turn number 4, so let's see if he does it. Big run for Alex Stanfield down the back straightaway. Mesa's going to block low. He knows he's just got to get out front and hold it. And now, great news for Mesa as Harley Keeble catches Ferris off guard. Keeble up to 3rd, and Harley Keeble, much like Alex Stanfield, he does not care about the championship, and if we learned anything from Heat 1 of X30, Harley Keeble doesn't care who you are. He'll race just as hard as he goes to the outside for the lead. 3 wide out of turn 8. This is going to get tight. Keeble to the lead, Mesa to 2nd, Stanfield to 3rd, and we are only on lap 8 of 22.
I officially announced that as the sweetest move of the weekend. That was amazing. I've seen drivers try to do the high side move in that corner, and they lose about 2 spots. But Keeble kept his momentum. They left him just enough racing room, which they should do. And you know what? He made the most of it. Third to first in one corner, Harley Keeble, your new leader. Running second, Elio Meza, Alex Stanfield third, Connor Ferris fourth, and Eli Warren. That's your top 5 running order right now, with Weston Workman and Dalton Haynes trying to work their way back into that top 5, with Aiden Rudolph, Paulie Massimino, and now Finnegan Bailiff cracking the top 10.
Now as they run here with Ferris further back by 1 spot. Oh, wow, look at Stanfield around the outside trying to mimic Keeble. Couldn't quite do it here, but Meza's second and Ferris back to 4th. It goes to the way of Elio Meza. As long as you got 1 guy between them, or maybe 2 if they're further back, he'd get the championship. 17 points right now, the difference. Elio Meza over Connor Ferris. As they head down to turn 1, Harley Keeble is going to take a page out of the Cincinnati book where he won an X30. With him on his bumper, he'll start low-lining a bit early. And he low-lined it there in 1. Does he go low into 4? Yes, he does. Harley Keeble all the way to the inside to defend the lead. Ferris to the inside of Stanfield. That right there flips the championship, I think, back the way of Connor Ferris as long as they finish where they run. And again, this pack, because they battled hard behind them, still has not gotten to be too big. It's about 7 cars strong. Ferris third. Oh, whoa! Paulie Massimino absolutely into the outside barrier there.
Wow, what a tough break for Paulie Massimino. Not exactly sure what happened there, but he got to the barrier pretty quick. So back to the front, Harley Keeble still hanging on, but really driving to protect every single lap. Meza looks to the inside. Now he's content just hanging on. But Ferris now with some breathing room in third. Connor Ferris doesn't have anybody right now to worry about. He can try to reel in Elio Meza. The battle for 4th is too wide, and it looks like Stanfield gets around Dalton Haynes. He takes over 4th. Haynes back to 5th with Eli Warren and Cooper Shipman in tow.
Now it's a 2-point, it's Meza ahead of Ferris. When they're second and third like this, the point gap is enough for Elio Meza. So second and third, as they run, 2 points would go the way for Elio Meza to be the champion over Connor Ferris. So Ferris, that pass for third was good. He still needs to get ahead of Elio Meza if they're this high up on the grid. And we saw, like you said, Stanfield going by Dalton Haynes in turn 4. Haynes had his hand in the air saying, Alex, we're watching the leaders get away. But obviously Stanfield thinks he's going to be a better leader than Dalton is for that pack. So now it's time to find out. Or can Elio Meza push Harley Keeble away and nobody else get to him? And then no matter what happens, Elio Meza would become the KA Senior National Champion. 11 in, 11 to go. That time by Alex Stanfield was not faster than the leaders. He needs to go quicker than what he is right now.
Unbelievable that this is just getting to halfway. I think we just hit the halfway mark this past lap. 11 in, 11 to go. So we've still got a lot of action left. Connor Ferris has time, but he needs to slowly close in on those top 2. And the trouble is he doesn't have any help right now. He's kind of in the middle. He's got a gap on 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th as they're trying to chase him down, but he's trying to reel in those top 2 on his own and really can't do it. Last lap, he was about 1/10 of a second slower than Elio Meza. He's got to turn that around and be 1/10 of a second quicker each lap, or he eventually will run out of time, as Harley Keeble and Elio Meza right now are running in tandem, not racing each other, but just trying to step away and make a race of it themselves, and pretty successful. In fact, that second group is now catching up to Connor Ferris. He's going to have about 4 drivers that are right in his rear bumper by this next lap. Alex Stanfield leading that group onto Connor Ferris.
Yeah, they are catching Ferris. They're not catching the leaders, though. That's what's interesting. Elio Meza and Harley Keeble are so fast that even just at the 2 of them, it's enough to keep the pack at bay. And Elio Meza, if he keeps doing that here, he's going to be able to keep them away. But for the moment right now, going back the way of Stanfield as he goes purple, 49.88. That was a big lap. Dalton Haynes now to the inside of Stanfield. That'll hurt the progress a little bit, but both of them wicked quick right now as they have just caught up to Connor Ferris. If they can get around Ferris and then just really keep on marching forward, they'll get back up to the leaders here before they know it. But they've got to be smart. This is probably the turning point, the critical part of the race right here for the second pack. The decisions they make over the next 2 laps will decide if they will have a chance at the win or if the best they'll be doing is fighting for third.
I would agree. If they try to race Ferris, if they try to pass Ferris, right now it looks like it's Dalton Haynes running the rear bumper of Ferris. If he stays where he's at, they got a shot. No, he doesn't. He makes the pass. So Dalton Haynes, it looks like is that Stanfield? That's Haynes, isn't it? Up in the
Haynes up to third there, yeah.
So Ferris gets shuffled back one more spot. Now Haynes will try to lead the way, but again, they continue to race too wide through there, and Connor Ferris again sees that championship slipping away.
Now again for Connor Ferris here, he's still okay if he can follow this pack back up to the leaders. And at the moment, Dalton Haynes and Alex Stanfield do appear to be quick enough to maybe reel in the top two. So if the two of them stay nose to tail, there's a chance they could catch up to the top two drivers and get there before this show is over. I don't think anyone else, though, is going to join this leading group here because it's about 2 seconds back from the back of the pack there with Cooper Shipman before you find Aiden Rudolph, Finnegan Bailiff, Josh Campbell, Braden Eves, who was a championship hopeful coming into this weekend here. Eves would need a massive shakeup here to take both Ferris and Meza out of contention for him to have a shot back at the title. But it also could put the likes of Josh Campbell back into the mix. It could also, again, for Cooper Shipman, it could really change things up if he got the win at the end of that pack. But this is that third group led by Finnegan Bailiff with Rudolph, Campbell, Eves, and then Mick Gabriel at the end of it. Then there's Emery Lida in 13th. And up from back outside the top 20 is Aiden Levy as Rudolph goes by on Bailiff. Campbell around both. They're 2 by 2. And Eves gets around Bailiff as Campbell gets around both of them. So Josh Campbell now keeping his championship hopes alive if the leaders really begin to fight. But these guys are fighting so much here, I don't know if there's any much of a championship hope alive for him, for Rudolph, or for any of these guys in this group. They're going to be fighting for 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the championship podium at this rate.
Yeah, with the race winding down, they're about 4 seconds back. And you know the thing about Connor Ferris, it's okay if they catch the leaders, but it's not good enough. If he stays in line, which he probably should do, and they catch the leaders, once they get there, he's got to make a move. And right now he's the tail end of this tandem, so he's got to do a lot of work once they get there. He can't be satisfied with reaching him. He's got to get around him.
Pass there for Cooper Shipman on Eli Warren. Connor Ferris now on the outside of him trying to find a hole, and that's going to allow Alex Stanfield and Dalton Haynes to get further away, and further away goes Connor Ferris' championship hopes. Elio Meza continuing to work with Arlie Keeble. He doesn't need to beat him. Dalton Haynes giving a good thumbs up there to Alex Stanfield, thinking they're making up time, but they're not. They lost another 10th. It's now 1.5 seconds for 3rd and 4th, up to 1st and 2nd. Both of these two just want the race win. Keeble would love another big race win here in KA Senior. He's already gotten a handful on the year, but Elio Meza, I don't know how much he's maybe paying attention to the fence line or taking looks around at who's behind him. If he's getting any looks on the fence, if they want the championship, I would imagine they're just going to say, hey, Elio, it's all right to finish 2nd today. Just push Harley. Don't bother going for the race win. Let's lock this title up.
I would have to think they had a signal of some sort that says, look my way, and if I'm giving you a thumbs up, you're good where you're at. Because surely, and I'll probably be wrong, but surely he's not going to race Harley Keeble too hard because unofficially, of course, all of this is unofficial. If indeed that will clinch a championship for him, then he's got no reason to take a chance on racing Harley Keeble because we both know Harley Keeble wants to come away with a win today, and right now he's got a really good start on that. We've got 4 laps to go, 3 next time by, and Harley Keeble and Elio Meza right now continue to stretch that gap 1.7 seconds over the field. I think it's down to those two to win this thing. A question of where the likes of Connor Ferris finishes. Right now Connor's at the back of that 2nd group. We got a pass for 6. Eli Warren getting around Cooper Shipman. And now Ferris trying to make his way around. He gets a couple of spots, but way too much space to make up to that top group.
Now Harley Keeble and Elio Meza get the spotlight again here with 3 laps to go. 19 laps complete. And for 2 young guns here, Harley Keeble in his 2nd senior season, Elio Meza, a senior rookie. They have driven this race like veterans. A little bit of defending early by Harley, but at the moment that they got the gap back above a couple car lengths, Elio let him know by just showing him, hey, I'm going to push you this entire way. I want to break away. I want to make it a 2-kart fight. And, oh, no, big contact in the outside wall there in turn number 4. I'm trying to see who we've got involved. It looks like Henry Wheeler is one of them. The other one was Anthony Rivera in the Kart Republic. So those two drivers last time by the line, they were 17th and 18th, and they collide over in the bowl.
Yeah, big contact over there with the barriers, but once again, the barriers did their job, and the driver kept on going. So that's exactly what they're there for, is to slow down and protect and not do too much damage. And we've got the 916 off track. That is, get a read on him in a second.
Meanwhile, while we look up the 916, the one that went off here, here's a look at the battle for the lead. Keeble blocking low. Meza, crossover move. He's going to get a nose ahead. Elio Meza to the lead on the last two laps here out of turn number 9. And now, Elio Meza, who maybe was waiting there to ride in second, could he ride off into the sunset with a main event win, his second on the year to clinch the championship? 1 lap to go here. Elio Meza leads down to turn number 1.
What happened to he should be happy with second place? I don't know, but guess what? Harley Keeble's not going to give up, and this is where Elio Meza has to be careful, because if Harley Keeble wants to run him hard and the two of them collect each other, guess who wins the championship? Not Elio Meza. So it's fine to want to have the win, but don't give up the championship for the win. And right now, Harley Keeble is not done. He's got a couple corners left, looking to the inside here, turn 8. Now he takes a high side, wants to make the pass, can't do a crossover move. He'll do another crossover in turn 10. Oh, makes the pass. Harley Keeble back in front. Here comes Meza. He's back to the inside, can't do it. Around turn 10, one final time. Is it going to be Harley Keeble taking the win and Elio Meza taking the championship? Crossing the stripe, it's Harley Keeble, your winner.
Harley Keeble turns the crossover page right back on. Elio Meza gets the win. Meza second. And with one spot between them, Meza over Connor Ferris, I think, for the championship by around probably 20 markers. My goodness, what a result there for Harley Keeble to win here in the main event for KA100 Senior. Again, Elio Meza second, Dalton Haynes ends up in third, Alex Stanfield down in the 5th spot, Connor Ferris in 4th, Eli Warren 6th, Cooper Shipman 7th, Aiden Rudolph, Mick Gabriel up 5 to 9th, Josh Campbell into 10th here at the end. Aiden Levy picked up 12 spots by the end of it all. One of the bigger movers in the front of the field. Taryn Odom picks up 17 spots from the mid-30s to get to 16th. Drew James picks up 10. Anthony Martella, one of the last chance qualifier drivers, drives all the way up to 21st. Weston Workman recovers to 23rd. Paulie Massimino to 17th. Unfortunate ending for them. Nate Cicero as well got involved in a late race incident. He ends up 24th. And a handful of DNFs there, including championship hopeful Peyton Phillips, as well as Henry Wheeler. So, and even Vinny Maskelis, who had an outside shot of the top 5, he's out. I don't know where the top 5 in the championship lie, but unofficially, Elio Meza is your KA Senior champion, and Harley Keeble from 10th on the grid has made a great last lap move to hang on and win the race, especially turning the tides there. He lost the lead on a crossover. He turns it around and wins it on a crossover here on the last lap.
And Elio Meza living on the edge a little bit with that championship. But you know what? At the end of the day, they're racers, they're competitors, and they all want to go for the win. But Harley Keeble said, man, I got nothing to lose here. I'm out here to win this thing, and he did. So great run by Harley Keeble.
Yeah, awesome run by Harley here as the Mini Swift grid is getting set to go green. But as you can see, we're missing our second place starter at the moment. Lucas Palacio is lined up on the inside of the grid here to take us racing. But for the Mini Swift class, presented by D&J Intermodal Services, it's supposed to be Royce Vega in the Bennick lining up on the outside of the front row. To his credit, we are a little bit ahead of schedule here today. The Mini Swifts were slated to start at 11:41, so they've got up to 9 minutes for Royce to get down to the grid. So maybe a couple of moments before we go green. It gives us a time, though, for those watching, take a look at the kart class official track preview here for Trackhouse Motorplex of what it's like and what are some of the speed secrets from our good buddy Dave Serra of how to get around this racetrack.
Hey guys, and welcome to GoPro Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. We're here to show you the fastest way around this racetrack. The key takeaways from GoPro Motorplex are the speed bowl. Drivers want to use the camber of the turn to slow the kart down, rather than over-braking on entry. As it's a long flowing corner, the constant turning of the steering wheel is bringing their speed down. Drivers with confidence can make up time on entry to this corner and using the embankment to their advantage. Once the kart is stabilised around halfway point, you can apply the throttle with confidence and know that you're going to get a fast exit. The 180-degree hairpin on the infield is one of the best overtaking opportunities at GoPro. The fastest way to drive this corner is to keep the kart straight in the braking zone and turning late to set up your exit speed. So if you're in a battle pack, be mindful that the fastest way to drive this corner could leave yourself vulnerable to be overtaken. Concentrate on the exit to this turn as it tightens on exit and goes slightly uphill. That's why the later apex is the fastest way around this turn. The final corner at GoPro sets up the driver's speed down the front straightaway, but also towards the speed bowl. A common mistake is drivers turning in too early, clipping the inside curb and running wide on exit. Drivers should be focusing their vision further around the turn to get their clipping point at the midway mark or even after. This will stop the drivers from using the rumble strip on the exit, which can bring your speed down. Well, I hope this lap of GoPro Motorplex gives you the edge over your competition.
One of the most action-packed classes here at the US Pro Kart Series is the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift Division, and it's a big group of them here this weekend at 40 strong. Lucas Palacio will lead us to green alongside Royce Vega. Palacio, of course, clinched the championship coming into the final weekend on the year. Michael McGoy and Max Christia will start on row number 2. Then it's Marco Salmon and Rocco Simone on row 3. Luke Tall, one of the newcomers to the front pack, rolls on the inside of row 4 alongside Cameron Marcia. Then it'll be Fionn Shee and Kai Mars to round off your top 10. Martin Jaramillo and Benja Fernandez will make up the 6th row. Then it's Travis Pettit and Jensen Michelke. 15th on the grid, technically, is Tristan Murphy, but he's substituting for Ashton Woon. He rolls off on the inside of the 8th row alongside Ryan Perry Motorsport driver William Kim. Valentino Santillan and Jaime Garcia roll off on row 9. Then it's Enzo De Janeiro and Luke Giglio on row 10. Antonio Pizzonanito and Luis Fernandez, row 11. Marco Romero and Jacob Majeski on row 12. Then row 13's got Callan Berghofer, Braden Wagner on the outside. Maximo Karam and Edward Kennedy on row number 14. Row 15 will be Mateo Calderon and Jackson LaChapelle. And that's only the top 30. There's still 10 more to go as the last few stragglers get into line. Palacio on the inside, Vega on the outside, no green that time by, which will give us time to give a little bit of love to the final few starters here in the Mini Swift class. Ben Gleberman on the inside in 31st. Alongside him on row 16 is Darren Kidd. Then it's Gabriel Lopez Velarde and Nicholas Ardelian. Then Nico Katowski and Liam Sutton on row 18. John McClellan and Simon Klein on row 19. And starting on his lonesome on the inside in 39th will be John Taft for the 39 total drivers that'll make up the grid here to go racing in D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift. But we've seen a big pack for what feels like most of the race, if not all the race, here this weekend in all 3 of their heat races. Just so unpredictable, so fun to watch these young drivers get after it.
And I want to make a call out to Max Christia. This kid was the hardest worker all day yesterday. He started way back in the field, had a terrible qualifying lap, advanced double-digit positions every single heat race, and now finds himself starting 4th. He's earned it, and keep your eye on that 139 of Max Christia, as he, I think, has a chance to take home the victory today. But right now, Lucas Palacio and Royce Vega bringing him down for a green, and hand in the air on Vega, but the green flag waves, and we're racing into turn 1. Let's see how Vega does on the outside. Good clean start, and that front row holds their position with Lucas Palacio and Royce Vega, 1 and 2, with Michael McGoy running in 3rd.
And Vega's going to go straight to the lead down in turn 4 with help from McGoy. Through on the inside of Palacio. They'll shuffle the provisional champ down to P3. Christia could not follow. Single file over to turns 5 and 6. It's Royce Vega on the blue, white, and orange Bennick leading the way down to turn 8, and he'll cover that lead off on the inside as there's some dust kicked up at turn 6 as a few drivers went off there. But so far, so good for the leaders. Clean up front with Christia 4th, Marco Samet 5th, the Sodi of Luke Toll in the 6th spot, and then further back, looks like a decent start as well for Fionn Shee, and I believe that's the Paralyn in the middle of Rocco Simone. He's 7th. Down the front straightaway, Vega, McGoy, a little bit of a gap already back to Palacio.
And kudos to these kids for getting us a good, clean start with a huge field of mini Swifts out there. But Royce Vega still leading the way, but he's got company as Michael McGoy is right there. And they're side by side climbing the hill. Looks like we might have a lead change there. Michael McGoy and Royce Vega going hard at it, and then that brings that second group right up to the rear bumper.
Yeah, here they come with a big run to the inside. Turn 8, Palacio looking, got it. Lucas Palacio gets through and clear, and Max Christia follows. So Christia up to 3rd now on the Motaz Sport Paralyn. Palacio 2nd, and a bit of a lead there for the race for Michael McGoy on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart. He'll lead lap number 2. 18 laps to go in Mini Swift as the field comes down the front stretch. Still a number of drivers strong here as they go to turn number 1. And while they begin to get their race going, let's pick up where things left off in the KA Senior Main Event. What a race. What a battle. Harley Keeble has got himself another one, and he's standing by on pit lane.
Thanks, Xander. Harley, that wasn't easy. I mean, it looked pretty controlled out front with you and Mesa working together, but for a while there, it was a dogfight. Walk me through it.
Yeah, so I obviously had to start on the back foot, come through the pack. Luckily, they had a fight, and I managed to get there. And I did them round the outside into turn 8, the hairpin, and then, I was in the lead. And then Mesa was absolutely perfect. He didn't do anything wrong. he was amazing. I couldn't have done it without him, so thank you to him. Because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have won the race. Because the speed wasn't quite there all weekend, but yeah, I'm happy, and thank you to Soda USA. The chassis was amazing. Thank you to everyone at PK Sports, D2, Ruben on the data, everybody.
Yeah, great sportsmanship from Harley Keeble here. Thanking Elio Meza. Harley, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
There you have it from Harley Keeble as the racing rages on further back here in D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift. This is Luke Tall, Lucas Palacio, and Rocco Simone. Palacio had a big moment coming out of turn 6 last lap. He's been able to recover back to 4th, and he's trying to let these kids know to work with him, but they do not want to do that. To the inside for 4th goes Luke Tall. The Sodi Racing USA machine, and Palacio gets shuffled back even further. Now he's back here with teammate Kai Mars on the inside. Travis Pettit is there, and the 3 TKG Kart Republics are trying to line up and go as Pettit now goes to the inside, and they continue to fight there. Pettit on Kai Mars now.
And remember what we talked about with Max Cristia. He worked his way through the field all day yesterday, heat race after heat race. He had a terrible starting position because of a bad qualifying lap. He is up to 2nd. He was purple. Now Royce Vega just went purple, but he's one of the fastest karts on the track today. He was truly one of the fastest karts yesterday. Max Cristea and Michael McGoy trying to stretch it out over the field.
And while Harley Keeble was one half of that great fight for the win, Elio Meza ends up 2nd on the racetrack, but provisionally your 2023 KA100 Senior Champion in his rookie season. Let's send it down to hear from him.
Thank you, Xander. Elio, I mean, unofficially, you are the KA Senior Champion. First and foremost, how good does that feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. I mean, I remember this kind of moment last year when I won my first national in junior, and it came back to me again, and I don't know how to explain it. It feels good.
Yeah, now describe that race to me, because, I mean, that was such a mature and just sensible drive from you, knowing where you stood in the points, worked well with Harley Keeble, and it paid off for you.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the race, I got a little nervous because the pressures were low. I knew the pressures were low, but I struggled to keep up with the pack at the beginning. But around lap 4 or 5, I started to get some temp in the tires, and then we just kind of worked our way forward. Had a little bit of battling the first half, and then after that, me and Keeble pretty much hooked up and just pushed away. And then it just came down to the end where Keeble ended up winning.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long championship. There's got to be some people you want to thank. Who do you want to thank for this championship victory?
First off, I want to thank Iron Rock Motorsports, Charlie Swain. The whole team has been so supportive all year on the highs and downs, and it's been amazing to grow with them as well as with the cadet guys. It's been cool to see them grow along as well, and so I got to thank them as well as my parents, my dad mechanicking, Jacob as well, Jacobo, Offset Sport, 4T Concrete, P1 Racing Engines for helping me with that win, and Comet as well throughout the whole series.
Congrats, Elio, and good luck in X30.
Thank you.
Well, while Elio Meza gets to celebrate here, a couple of his Iron Rock teammates in the Mini Swift class and Micro Swift classes aren't as much up at the front right now. Up front, it is all about Michael McGoy, Max Cristia, and Royce Vega, while this second group has fallen 1.8 seconds back. And it's a very similar story to what we just watched in KA Senior with 2 or 3 drivers getting away, although there's Vega going for second, taking over that spot from Cristia. But beyond that, I mean, they're still pulling a good margin. A 53.9 for McGoy that time, 54.5 for the second pack with all the battling, Luke Tall, Rocco Simone, and company. So the more they fight further back, the bigger the gap goes for the top 3 from the rest of the field here. And what we expected this pack to be more so for the lead, it ends up being for 4th right now here, Randy.
Yeah, none of them are happy where they're at. They feel like, of course, they need to move up a little further in the line, but every time they do that, they lose a little more ground to that lead pack of McGoy, Vega, and Cristia. This is a 20-lap race. We're 7 laps in. It'll be 12 laps to go next time by. So as we wind this down near in the halfway mark, not too late for this second group, but until they get consistent and start running some good laps, every lap they're going to lose a little more ground, and we'll reach a point in a few laps where they're not going to be able to reach that lead group. They're almost 3 seconds back now as we go by. We'll take a look. 2.8 seconds from Luke Tall up to Max Cristia. And on the other hand, McGoy, Vega, and Cristia are behaving themselves. Although there was a pass for second a lap ago, it was done in a way that didn't hurt their speed. So right now that lead group is racing smart, where the second group, I think, is trying to get in line and race smart, but right now they've stretched out so far that just don't know if they have enough time left. If they could turn some faster laps, they first have to pick up the pace, because last lap and laps before that, they're consistently about 2/10 slower than the lead pack of 3.
As they head over to turn 9, they're not slowing down the battling at all. There's a big move on the inside. That was William Kim going by Lucas Palacio. At least there are some good news and notes from this group while they still fight for it. Rocco Simone now on Luke Tall takes over 4th there. That'll cost them some more time. What's the gap up to now? 3.4 seconds. And then defending down at turn number 1. I mean, this race is halfway in, and it already feels somewhat over as Tall goes back on Simone, and they just continue to shuffle this spot here. Now Travis Pettit gets through with Marco Samet, and the two of them have worked together pretty good in the past, so maybe they can start to break away a little bit from the field. But Luke Tall right there in 3rd, William Kim 4th in line, then it's Simone, then there's Palacio, Cameron Marcia, Kai Mars going to get underneath him, and from turn 6 to turn 7. And then in the mix is also Antonio Pizzogno and Marco Romero, who, by the way, both of those drivers started outside the top 20. Romero's up 10 spots. Pizzogno up 9. William Kim's up 8 at the moment here. And actually, him and Marco Samet and Travis Pettit, they're all kind of lined up to start getting away. And this pack is going to work its way kind of backwards a little. It looks like 4th and 5th are going to get a little bit of a gap. Maybe 6th and 7th, too. And 8th place is now the new battle spot here as Palacio takes over for it.
Yeah, things are starting to feather out a little bit, but there is good battles. 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th. They're all working on each other pretty good, but they're in their own little battles. And then you got that big group about 7th on back with William Kim. So they've got, they've got some racing to do. But for the podium positions, well, it's well in front of them. Right now, Michael McGoy content leading the way with Royce Vega and Max Cristia behind him. Some movers, though. Travis Pettit started in 13th. He's advanced 9 positions. The 129 of Travis Pettit now running in 4th. So he's a good mover in this race. We've got Antonio Pizzogno starting in 21st.
Oh, 2 more together. 10. That's Benja Fernandez in the 105 Alonso kart and the 189 U-Race machine involved with him. I'm trying to see who that would have been. Looks like Martin Jaramillo. Martin Jaramillo and Benja Fernandez coming together in turn number 8.
And Antonio Pizzogno now moves up to 9th. He's advanced 12 spots, started in 21st. And starting in 23rd, cracking the top 10, the 117 of Marco Romero. So 2 drivers on the charge, really on a good pace right now. Fastest lap of the race all the way back to 13th, Enzo Di Gennaro, 53.527. But the gap from 3rd to 4th still remains about 4 seconds. And as we wind this one down, doesn't look like there's much hope for that second group to catch. But we're going to have some wild racing with that top 3 with a few laps to go.
Yeah, if Travis Pettit and Marco Samet would have been staying together, they might have been able to do it. But here, William Kim and Luke Tall are still going at it. Now Samet versus Kim to turn number 1. Kim's going to pick up another spot. William Kim now up 10 positions. Antonio Pizzogno to the helm of the next group. He's up 13 now. But Travis Pettit and Luke Tall. Tall points forward, says Travis, keep going. Let's see if we can catch the leaders. And that time by, they didn't make up much time because the leaders are still doing a great job pulling away. But at least for these two, they could lock in podium positions and pull away from the group behind for 4th and 5th and then wait till the final 2 laps to battle. So maybe that's what Luke is thinking there of the benefit of pushing Travis, because all the top 3 last time by, Vega, Cristia, McGoy, 53.5s. That was 3/10 faster than almost anyone else on the racetrack.
Yeah, this is a case where the lead group is the fastest group, and that's the recipe for dominance. And no, nobody's going to catch them. But I'll tell you, they have each other to deal with, and we've got 7 laps to go now, and it's going to get good in about 4 or 5 more laps because this top 3 are going to start racing. Max Cristia up to 2nd, just went purple with a 53.413. He's the fastest kart in the racetrack right now, but in the midst of that lead group of Royce Vega, Max Cristia, and Michael McGoy as they start jostling back and forth. They've got the ability to do it now because the cushion they have to 4th place, well, I think they can race now. They don't have to wait if they don't want to because they're not going to get caught.
Yeah, I mean, the top 3, they could battle for this point for probably about 4 or 5 laps straight, and I don't think this group would run them down. they just set the new fastest lap of the race, got down to a 53.4, as you said. I mean, this next lap should be even quicker. Actually, no, a little bit slower that time. But still, I mean, you saw them just blur by at the top of the screen in turn 1 while these guys were just getting to the start-finish line. The margin is 5.2 seconds officially from the lead back to Travis Pettit in 4th. The full length of the back straightaway, basically, is the distance from 1st to 4th. Marco Samet still 6th there, and look at this, Palacio on the inside, not able to get by. That is on William Kim, who has faded backwards a little. So while Pettit and Luke Tall got away, they began to fight for 6th on back, and that's what's kind of kept them all as a major group. But through turn number 9, here's your leaders. The blue, white, and orange Bennick is Royce Vega. The red, white, and black Parolin is in second is Max Christia. Then the more of the red and then kind of accent with white, Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart is Michael McGoy. And like you said, Max Christia, he works so hard through all those heat races. He was the nice guy in qualifying that led the whole pack around, and everybody else got the benefit of drafting off him, and that's why he had to start so far back. But he's been fast all week, and it'd be pretty mega for him. We saw Michael McGoy get a big win this year. We've seen Royce Vega get a big win. Be a lot for Max Christia to get one here at the end of the season. As Luke Tall, we see on screen there, going by Travis Pettit. He was kind of signaling to keep working with him, but by passing, they've cost some time. But here's a look at the group once again up front.
Yeah, that up front group is still kind of behaving themselves right now. Of Vega, Christia, and McGoy have not made any rash moves the last couple of laps, but that's about to change. It'll be 4 laps to go next time by for this lead group, and they're going to run out of time. And I think if you're Michael McGoy in 3rd, you probably have to start getting aggressive on Max Christia. If you're Christia, you want to be a little more defensive. You don't need to make the move on the lead yet, but you want to be thinking about where you're going to do it. And if you're Royce Vega, well, it's time to protect, because right now, when you face 3 laps to go, you know they're going to be working on you.
Yeah, here they go down to turn number 4 once again here with Marco Samet. This year has been a trial by fire type of season moving up into the mini classes. Remember, he broke out onto the scene last season in Orlando in his first ever micro national race with a win, and then went on to have a fantastic year in the micro Swift category. But this season in mini Swift been a bit of a learning curve at points. To end this year with a top 5 potentially, that could be a pretty big confidence boost going into his 2024 racing schedule. And Antonio Pizzonianito, first full year in the mini class as well, pretty solid. Travis Pettit is already eyeing up his junior car. I know I was talking with him on Thursday. He's so excited to move up to the junior classes for the winter championships in January, but he's still got this race. And, big move there from Pizzonianito to get to the inside. But Pettit moving up to junior next year. Luke Tall, I don't know him as well, but I'd imagine just judging by his size, we might see Luke Tall be one of our championship contenders in mini next year.
2 laps to go next time by for Royce Vega. Can he hang on? 2 laps to go for Vega, and he knows he's got 2 drivers behind him that want to take this win. Max Christia, he's not in the driver's seat. He's in second. He wants to make a move on Vega, but at the same time, he's got to protect. Otherwise, he's going to lose that second spot and could be outside looking in. Probably the driver with the best spot to be in right now, Michael McGoy in 3rd. He can run his own race. Right now, he swings wide, tries to make a move to the outside. Now an over and under, slipping to the inside of Vega, or Christia rather, can't quite make the move. Falls back in line. Now they fan out 3 wide. A high side move right now. But Royce Vega hanging on strong.
Big run for McGoy. He's banging tires with Christia. Christia fends him off out of turn number 4. And so now with a lap and a half to go, Royce Vega has survived the opening a bit of challenges. Now to the inside he goes again to turn 8 to block. Christia goes to the outside for the crossover. McGoy kind of gets into him a little bit, and that hurt them both. They're side by side for second, and they got to be careful. There's not a lot of time left if they give up a lot of time to the leader. And so McGoy smartly kind of gives way, lets Christia get back to second, and says, all right, at this point now I've got to ride in 3rd and let Max be the one to mess with Royce Vega. Down the front stretch, Vega all the way to the inside to block. Christia to the inside as well. McGoy, big room, big run. Does he make anything of it? No. Over to 3 again, same thing. Still all kind of getting choked up there as Vega goes low, Christia low, McGoy all the way to the outside. This time he gets the move to stick for second. Or does he? As Christia is still there, side by side, he got it to turn 5.
McGoy gets up to second, made a really daring move to the outside. Everybody raced clean, and he made that move to the second spot. Now he's got to find a way around Vega, and here comes Christia to the outside, does the crossover move. He's back to second. He takes an outside look, and now to the inside comes McGoy. Oh, my goodness, side by side for second. That opens the door for Royce Vega.
Michael McGoy sent it in. You can see Christia was looking for the crossover, but it won't be enough. Royce Vega is going to win it here in Mini Swift, presented by D&J Intermodal Services. And a big cheering section for the Team Bennick driver is stoked. Royce Vega is a winner again on the national level here in the Mini Swift class. Max Christia comes home second at the line, just barely getting out over Michael McGoy. McGoy ends up down in third. Luke Tall hangs on for fourth. And then Antonio Pizzonia Nito from 21st on the grid ends up 16th. Very impressive run there from Antonio Pizzonia Nito.
Yeah, what a great run by those top three. They had a great race, raced each other, swapped positions back and forth, but gave each other racing room. Kudos to the winners and the top three, actually the entire field for that matter, because it was a good, clean race by a bunch of Mini Swifts, but a good run by all the kids, and Royce Vega coming out on top in a really stellar class of Mini Swifts here this weekend for the US Pro Kart Series.
Yeah, Royce Vega, of course, only had to go forward one spot, but there were a number of drivers that made some big moves forward to make up some more time. Of course, Marco Romero picked up 14 spots to get to 9th. William Kim picked up 8 to get to 8th. Travis Pettit picked up 6 to get to 7th. And then further back, of course, a few more moves. An unfortunate run outside the top 15 to end up for Rocco Simoni and Cameron Marsha. They end up down at 16th and 17th. Jacob Majeski, 18th. Enzo De Janeiro, 19th. Valentino Santillan rounds off the top 20. X30 Pro Junior and X30 Pro Senior are what remain here, while the Mini Swift division is all wrapped up for the day, and most of our classes are as well. A reminder in the paddock for those of you to make sure you're returning your rental transponders, and everyone's invited to the championship banquet here in the Trackhouse Motorplex Hospitality Suites down by turn number 1 after main events and race day podiums are concluded. That'll be around 2:30 or 2:45 p.m. Eastern.
Also want to make sure everybody checks out the USPKS apparel trailer. This is the final race of the season. Still some great apparel left, hats, shirts, sweatshirts. And if you haven't picked up your race fuel, this is it. You need to get your race fuel, and you need to get it now because it'll be packed up shortly and headed back. So if you need race fuel, you need to get it now.
So let's take a look down onto the grid here. Talon Yockel had such a great performance in the Pro Shifter race, getting up so close to the end-up win, but he had to come up for second here. Let's go down to Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Talon, I mean, it transitioned from kind of a head-scratching weekend in terms of setup to an absolute rocket ship out there. I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good after that performance.
Yeah, I feel pretty good after having all that pace out there in the main event. I just wish I had a couple more laps and maybe I could have tried going for a pass for the lead, but shoulda, coulda, it didn't happen. But I'm really happy with the go-kart and the engine after that, and I can't thank all the guys at Magic and Sony enough. They gave me a monster of a chassis and engine, so thank you to them guys. I'm pretty stoked with how the season has gone so far.
Yeah, I mean, with how much speed you showed in that feature race, including passing your teammate on merit there, how much of a confidence boost did that give you for the rest of the year?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good, so I'm just going to keep on going with the same rhythm I've been going with for 2 seasons now. Just practice, 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 There
we go. Congrats, Talon. Good job.
Thank you.
So there's Talon Yockel again, and a great run, still a good season to end on, a good, woulda, coulda, shoulda day for it to be. Much rather that than when you're fighting for a championship, but it would have been a pretty big win for him if he could have gotten that inaugural US Pro Kart Series race win. In the meantime, a commercial break's coming here before X30 Pro Junior gets underway, so we'll be right back with more action here from Trackhouse Motorplex.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
X30 Pro Junior drivers getting released onto the racetrack here, presented by Rollison Performance Group. Let's go down to pit lane for our Pro Shifter main event winner here. Kyle Weck is 2 for 2 in US Pro Kart Series competition. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Kyle, I mean, you know, they qualified on pole, right? Look, the pace seemed to be pretty good. The heat races weren't as good, right? But the pace there in the final was pretty awesome. Describe the race to me.
Oh, it was really good. I got the jump on AJ, and I just kind of tried to stay in front of him, and I saw him coming, so I pushed for a couple laps, and when he went away, I just brought it back down, tried to preserve the tires for the long run, and I was just able to keep it out front.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think it is about you guys on new tires, right? Because you guys had real strong pace in qualifying. Heat races, the tires fell off a little bit there, but in the final, on new tires, rocket ship.
I think in qualifying, we just got lucky with AJ not showing his true potential. And in the heats, we saw his true potential, and we had to go to school and learn the track better.
Oh, to school you went, and it worked out. Good job on the win.
Thank you.
There you have it from Kyle Wick, and a good overnight bit of homework for the GFC camp has them victorious here on Sunday. For Rollison Performance Group X30 Pro Junior here, Diego Ardiles qualified on the pole, but it's Jackson Wolney who was the best throughout the heat races that will lead us to green. On the outside of him will be the Timmy Tech comp cart of Carter McMurray, who had that spectacular finish to get the heat race win at the end of Saturday. Stephen Miller will start on the inside of row 2 alongside Enzo Vidmontien. Ardiles and Bradley, Sarah Bradley that is, will start on row 3. Max Weiland and Davin Roberts on row 4. Then it's David Ramirez and Nathan Dupuis to cap off your top 10. Ian Noyes and Eder Herrera on row number 6. Peyton Westcott and Alan Bonilla on row 7. Alexander Young and Charlie Smith, row 8. Mateo Pappas, Ty Fisher complete the 18-driver grid. And here we go. Boys and girls, we're racing down to turn 1 here in Junior. And a good start for Carter McMurray around the outside if he can hang on to it. Although he got shuffled a bit and he drops into 4th. Miller to 2nd, Ardiles to 3rd. Jackson Wolney defending low down to turn 4 on the opening lap here, Randy.
Good, clean start for everybody. Carter McMurray did get shuffled out and now gets shuffled back another spot. He went from 2nd to 4th in the first turn, and now Ardiles gets around him. So he's back to 5th, now 6th. So he's got to gather it back up and focus on, a 22-lapper. He's got plenty of time, but not a good start that he had hoped for Carter McMurray as he tries to work his way back up through.
Yeah, and he just lost another spot as Max Weiland got his way through there for the 5th spot. And actually now Roberts through for 6th, so from 2nd to 7th on the opening lap here for Carter McMurray, as here comes a crossover from Stephen Miller for the lead. Stephen Miller down the inside of Jackson Wolney. He'll get clear in turn 1 as Wolney tries to close the door on Ardiles, and he does. He hangs on there to 2nd, but it's Stephen Miller out of Tampa, Florida that leads the way on the Nash Motorsports EOS card.
1 second separating the first 6 karts, and they're basically just nose to tail. A little bit of a breakaway now by Stephen Miller as they're racing behind him. But that's going to change pretty quickly, I think, as they'll get lined up and then reel them back in. Jackson Wolney, Diego Ardiles in there, along with Enzo Vidmontien and Max Weiland. All these drivers have had their moments this weekend where they've been in the front. Carter McMurray back to 7th. He won the heat race yesterday in Heat 3. He's strong. Davin Roberts up there in 6th. So we've got some strong drivers up there. It's anybody's race right now. But Stephen Miller getting a good charge early, leading the way.
Yeah, down the front stretch here, single file through the top 10. Miller, Ardiles, Vidmontien, and Wolney. And now back for 5th here. Another change. That's Davin Roberts going by on Max Weiland. So Davin Roberts starting to roll forward. That's 3 spots up for Davin as Carter McMurray begins to rebound a bit. He gets around Weiland there in turn 4. He'll bring Dupuis with him. Nathan Dupuis up 3 spots on the SCR Red Speed and knocking on the door of another one here on McMurray. Turn 8 inside, look in. Nathan Dupuis down the inside and clear on Carter McMurray there in the comp card.
What the field doesn't want to hear is that the leader just went purple, Stephen Miller, a 50.068. So he was 0.2 quicker than Diego Ardiles that last lap, but that's short-lived as Ardiles has reeled him back in. You'll see Ardiles with a pretty quick lap this time by. Ardiles actually went quick with a 49.175. So using the draft, Ardiles moved back up to the rear bumper of Stephen Miller, and now may take a peek to the inside. Let's see if he does. Nope, can't quite do it. Stays in second, and Carter McMurray slipping to the inside, trying to make that move up to 6th, but can't do it there. Carter McMurray still in 7th, Nathan Dupuis in 6th. We got a 4-car breakaway right now with Stephen Miller, Diego Ardiles, Enzo Vidmontien, and Jackson Wolney, your top 4, and they're about a second ahead of Davin Roberts in 5th.
Yeah, as Davin Roberts last time by, once he got clean track, was almost as fast as Stephen Miller, just a little bit off. This time maybe a little bit better. Let's find out here at the end of lap number 4 with 18 laps to go across the line for Davin. It was a 49.7. That was not enough to catch up to these guys, although luckily they passed for the lead. That'll help a little. Ardiles, the new leader. Miller second. Vidmontien third. Look in, not going to go. And Roberts now actually back to 6th as Carter McMurray got around him for that position. So that second group about 2 seconds back, maybe 2.5 from the end of the leaders. If they don't figure it out soon here, it'll be no different than the Mini Swift race that just went before us with a 3 or 4 car, in this case, party, and that being it to decide the win.
Right now it's a 2-second separation between 4th place Jackson Wolney and 5th place Carter McMurray. So they're going to have to stay in line and hope to find some pace to catch up to that lead group. Right now that 2-second gap looks pretty big on the racetrack, and it's only Carter McMurray and Davin Roberts together drafting. They've actually gapped a little bit on the rest of the field behind them.
As they climb the hill here, Stephen Miller has led the most laps thus far, but we're still early, so someone else wants to get it. Ardiles back through to the inside. Vidmontien follows. Enzo Vidmontien now up to P2. What does he want to do with it? And Jackson Wolney, our pole man from earlier here that led us to green, how eager is he wanting to get into the lead, or is he content to kind of ride at the end of this pack and save his equipment a little bit? Let the draft tell you along. Don't work those tires as hard. And really, more than anything, get a game plan and kind of a read on where everyone else is speed-wise, and you kind of keep your cards to yourself. Coming to the line here, it'll be 6 down, still 16 laps to go in this 24-lap feature race here to end the year. And the passing up front did hurt them a little bit because it was a couple tenths gain for Davin Roberts and Carter McMurray. They knocked that pack down to 1.9 seconds away as of last time by.
You know, adrenaline is a powerful thing, and you wonder sometimes with these leaders, those top 4, one would think that, you know what, they'll just kind of lay low and just run in line and keep gapping the rest of the field. But when you're out there and you're racing, man, you just want to race. And in this case now we've got a pass for the lead once again as Enzo Vidmontien gets around Ardiles, and Ardiles gets shuffled from 1st to 4th in one turn as Vidmontien takes the top spot.
Yeah, I think Vidmontien's rear bumper got hooked on Ardiles' front bumper, and that'll allow Stephen Miller to get around all of them and go to the lead and really hurt Diego Ardiles. So Enzo Vidmontien second with Wolney in line in third. And now this is great news for the likes of Davin Roberts, Carter McMurray, and Nathan Dupuis, who went purple last time by. If they can stay hooked up and these leaders fight like that, especially with Ardiles now kind of in the middle to give them draft a little bit sooner, they might be able to catch the leading trio. So Stephen Miller in the Nash Motorsports machine headed down to turn number 8 with Enzo Vidmontien not yet making a play for the lead, but we saw Enzo go for it just a moment ago. So is he wanting to follow Miller, or is he wanting to keep on his bid originally to try and take over the top spot and lead this thing here, the safest place to be?
I think if Davin Roberts can bring Carter McMurray and reach Diego Ardiles before Ardiles reaches those leaders, they're going to have something for these leaders. With 15 to go, there's a lot of racing left, and right now they're not that far back. 1.2 seconds from Ardiles to Jackson Wolney, or to the leader, Stephen Miller, and Davin Roberts is almost caught Diego Ardiles. So they could very well group up into a 3-car pack with Carter McMurray and close in on these leaders as we have 14 to go in this 22-lapper. Still a lot of racing ahead of us, but right now that lead group is Stephen Miller, Edzo Van and Jackson Wolney enjoy about a 1.2-second advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, let's drop back here and take a look at that gap for 4th back to 7th. Diego Ardiles has been caught by the group almost. He started to put some good laps together again. Davin Roberts and Carter McMurray still shoving, trying to close up to him. They were even to Ardiles last time by. Both of them running a 49.0. The bad news, Stephen Miller hit a 48.9, so they lost 1/10 of a second due to the leaders lining back up and not passing each other. Still, again, we're not yet at halfway. We've only got 9 laps complete, so a lot could change, but their speed individually doesn't look like it's enough to drive up the field. If anything, they look like they're about where they should be lap time-wise, because 3 of the 4 leaders hit a 48.9. Ardiles did an 0.1. Roberts did an 0.3. And McMurray on his bumper did a 48.9, but that's a bit masked by the draft. So let's see what this time looks like. Is Ardiles tracking down the leaders by himself? Yes, he is. 48.93, 2/10 better for Diego, but a 49.1 so they for the next group. So McMurray, Roberts, Dupuis, they're only matching the leaders at best. They're not making up ground. Ardiles on the RPG Cosmic, he is. He made up 2/10 just that lap alone.
And if they start racing, and that's really what it takes, then Ardiles could catch him. That's why he's where he is, because they started racing. He got shuffled back to 4th, and by the time he got his rhythm back and his pace back, they were gone. He lost the draft. He's had to do this on his own. If somehow, and you've even seen it in NASCAR races or IndyCar races, they almost slow down a little bit to catch somebody to draft with. I think Ardiles, with the help of Roberts and McMurray and Dupuis, could probably catch them quicker, but he doesn't want to. Who wants to slow down to go faster? I don't think that's the case of Diego Ardiles. He just wants to reel these guys in. But as long as they stay in line, it's going to be difficult. He's a little bit quicker, but is he quick enough? If they start going too wide like right now, as Wolney makes the pass around Vidmontian, I guarantee you Ardiles closed in a little bit.
Yeah, Diego Ardiles, at least as of last time, it was 8/10. Now it's 7. And again, with that pass, he'll be even a little bit closer. So you can see him coming into frame once again. Roberts still at a 48.9. He's not making up as much ground, but that lap, he did make up 1/10 on Stephen Miller. And we're coming to 10 laps to go. We're just starting to see Jackson Wolney begin to flex some muscle. So if Wolney goes for the lead, if it starts to become a 4-car battle again, then Davin Roberts, Carter McMurray, Nathan Dupuis will all be in the mix here, because it's only a 2.3-second spread from 1st back to 7th right now. Let's see what Wolney does. He wants the lead. New leader, Jackson Wolney, through turn number 4.
And that helps again. Diego Ardiles has already caught back up to that group. He's in the mix again, and we know he's got speed. And let's just go back to yesterday. Heat number 3, the final corner of the final lap. Carter McMurray enters that corner in 4th. He leaves the corner in 1st. The seas parted for him as they all got together, and he ended up winning the heat race. Could history repeat itself? Will one of these drivers in this second group take advantage of racing in front of him? Now 2 wide, Diego Ardiles gets back to 3rd. He's on a charge. He's on a mission. Diego Ardiles working his way back to the front could very well be the fastest driver on the racetrack.
Let's go side by side here. A driver who was racing against all of these X30 juniors all season has moved up to X30 Pro, and he's turned a lot of heads. Ernesto Rivera, the X30 Pro junior champ, is standing by with Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Ernesto, I mean, yeah, like you said, X30 Pro junior champion, so you decided to step up into the senior categories. It's worked out for you, rolling off P4, the feature race. First and foremost, describe yesterday, though. Very hectic.
Yeah, the first heats were good. We finished third in both of them. And the third heat, it was like crazy. Eve started blocking, and yeah, the crash, like cables ended very deep on the inside, and I had like to avoid, and I wasn't looking that Ramos was parked on turn 2, and I like destroyed him.
Yeah, and I mean, you made your senior debut in the Road Tax Championship about a month ago, and you weren't afraid to race your teammate Norberg. Knowing he has a championship on the line, can we expect you to work with him or maybe go for the win here?
Yeah, for sure I want to win, but I want him also to win the championship. And yeah, I want to win.
Well, there you go. Ernesto Rivera wants to win. He's got a good chance rolling off P4. Back to you guys.
As we go down into turn number 8 here this time with 9 laps to go. Diego Ardiles has taken over the point from Jackson Wolney. For the kid that was off in the runoff area a few laps prior and seemingly down and out, he's not given up one bit, drove his way back up to the lead with the bit between his teeth. Diego Ardiles, this is a very impressive drive. He converts this into a win, Randy. This would be hard fought, and nobody could contest that. To getting pushed out, being a second back from the leaders, hunting them down by yourself while they were, for the most part, working together too.
Absolutely, and that's where you got to remember a driver like this has two choices when he gets knocked back. He can get frustrated, miss his marks, 2 or 3 bad laps in a row before he gathers it back up. The race is over. He didn't do that. He knew he had time to make up the distance he lost, and he focused the very next turn on finding his rhythm and getting back to where he needed to be. And sure enough, he's leading the way. I want to tell you something. He's going to be tough to beat right now. They're going to start racing, and guess what? Davin Roberts, Carter McMurray, and Nathan Dupuis are closer than they've been since the start of this race.
Yeah, they are right there. They are just praying for a couple more passes for the lead, but for the moment, it's still single file. Now, that said, Jackson Wolney is right there on the bumper of Diego Ardiles. They started the year as teammates here under the RPG cam. Now Wolney with the Speed Concepts Racing Group, so they probably know each other pretty well when it comes to the on-track action. Let's see how they race against each other on rival outfits. With 6 laps to go, it's RPG's Diego Ardiles leading. Then Speed Concepts Racing's Jackson Wolney second, although he's about to be third, maybe fourth, as Nash Motorsports Stephen Miller goes to P2. And then the Motorsport Kart Republic of Enzo Vidmontien right in the mix there in fourth. Davin Roberts is fifth. In fact, there's 6 different teams representing the top 6 drivers here as Carter McMurray goes to fifth there with a nice move on the inside in 11.
Carter McMurray letting the race come to him has now moved up to that top 5. He'll try to reel in fourth place Jackson Wolney. And there is time. It'll be 5 to go next time by. Diego Ardiles, 2 kart length advantage over Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmontien. Then a little bit back is Jackson Wolney. Then comes Carter McMurray, Davin Roberts, and Nathan Dupuis. They are all within striking distance right now if it gets a little crazy up front. But right now, they've got to try to reel back in Diego Ardiles because Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmontien have lost about a 2 kart length gap on Diego Ardiles. Ardiles is hitting his marks. He's found his rhythm, and they're going to have to get close enough to make a move. Now Stephen Miller does reel him in a little bit, and as they leave the corner for turn 11 and down the front straight one more time, closer than he has been the last couple laps, making a charge on Diego Ardiles.
Here we go up the hill to 4 laps to go down the back straightaway and towards turn number 4. Does anyone peek out here? They do not with 4 laps remaining. Let's go down to pit lane here with Alexander Searle at the very end to hear from the Heat 3 winner yesterday, Austin Garrison, rolling off from the front row.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Austin, you've been pretty much the only guy to contend with Norberg and even beat him in one of the heat races. Any concerns, though, for this race? I mean, you're surrounded by the Purple Army right now.
Yeah, no, that's definitely got to bring that into a factor. I know they're going to be pushing super hard, to get me shuffled back and then try to go and just push in a straight line with all of them and try to get out to the biggest lead as possible. But, I just got to stay strong and tough, and hopefully, me and Ryan can pull away how we did yesterday because, like I said yesterday, you just want to race one other person in the last lap. You don't want a whole crowd of people. So, hopefully that game plan, works, but if not, then we're just going to have to battle it out.
All right, there we go. Good luck, Austin.
Thank you.
Like Alex said, Austin Garrison is surrounded by Rollins Performance Group karts here. It's much unlike what we're seeing in X30 Junior, although this battle is a slugfest. There goes Vidmontien to the lead. Joining the pack now is Carter McMurray, and so is Davin Roberts. Dupuis is about a second back. Ty Fisher's picked up 10 spots from dead last. He's a couple seconds away, so we're 6 deep right now. Nearly 7 is Ardiles, and Wolney gets shuffled a little bit wide. Here comes Carter McMurray to the inside for third. Davin Roberts trying to follow. He'll at least get to fifth over in turn 1.
A little bit of a gap now from first and second up to third.
There's Ardiles to the inside. He takes over P3. And to the outside now, McMurray. All that ground made up. He's trying to hang tough on the outside lane. Roberts gets through. McMurray back to fifth. Roberts to fourth. And this battling has brought Dupuis close. It's also allowed Enzo Vidmontienne and Stephen Miller to get a big lead as they fight for the top spot. The battle's on for third. Here they are side by side for the lead to turn 9. Coming to the white flag this time, Vidmontienne versus Miller. These two again out of turn 9. Miller gets the lead on the outside lane.
This could wind down to just those two. If they get together, there's still a shot for Diego Ardiles. But with 1 lap to go, the gap is probably insurmountable unless they get together in front of him. Right now, Stephen Miller running a low line. Here comes Vidmontienne. He goes high. Miller goes low. And here comes Diego Ardiles. Here comes Carter McMurray. It's down to those 4. Who's it going to be? Up the hill. They work their way through inside the course one last time. And it's a 4-car battle. Oh, they get wide. Diego Ardiles back to the inside. McMurray to third. Vidmontienne to second. Stephen Miller gets shuffled back. 3 wide through the left-hander in turn 8. Now down to turn 9. And here comes McMurray to the inside.
Side by side, still for the lead. McMurray's going to cross them both over. Carter McMurray with a stunner on the final lap up to the last turn. He's got a block here. Ardiles all the way to the low side. McMurray into the wall. And at the line, who's it going to be? Diego Ardiles as they're crashing behind him.
Wow, unbelievable finish, and it got crazy quick. But that last lap was a shuffle. Carter McMurray went from 4th to 1st, and then I think back to 4th. The final unofficial results, Diego Ardiles ends up being the winner with Nathan Dupuis 2nd, Davin Roberts 3rd, Carter McMurray 4th, Jackson Walney 5th. Then it's good sportsmanship there by the 2 drivers that ended up getting into the barriers.
Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmontienne just saying, hey, man, we went for it. Awkward deal at the end, but they were both going for the win. Everyone knew the championship was out of line, but how about it for Diego Ardiles? Carter McMurray almost steals one away from that 4-car group there at the end. Just left the door cracked in the last turn and falls back to 4th. But for Diego Ardiles, you can't argue about anyone being probably more deserving for the win than him with how much adversity he had to fight through in that main event. He gets the job done. A big-time win for that young man. And how about it for Nathan Dupuis? 2nd place for the Canadian. 8 spots gained there from 10th on the grid, and he was nowhere coming to the white flag, and Nathan Dupuis sneaks in onto the podium. Davin Roberts, a career best there in 3rd as well for him on home turf. That's impressive, McMurray. And then Jackson Wolney survives to 5th there at the end.
Charlie Smith finishes in 6th, followed by Ty Fisher. Both drivers big movers as Charlie Smith advanced 10 spots, Fisher 11. Sarah Bradley finished in 8th. Then it's David Ramirez, Peyton Westcott, your top 10. Through the top 15, Stephen Miller will wind up in 11th spot, followed by Eddie Herrera, Alan Bonilla, Max Whelan, and Alexander Young. Unofficial results, a lot of shuffling on that last lap, but your winner in a hard-fought battle and well-earned, Diego Ardiles. Kart number 793 comes out on top in a really, really tough battle in X30 Pro Junior. We have 1 race left. X30 Pro Senior coming up next.
Yeah, let's go check in with him down on the grid. There's a look at Ryan Norberg hanging out and getting set to get underway, chatting with Marian Kremers and company here down on the grid. Of course, he's looking to clinch a 8th career Pro National Championship here with this main event today. Ryan Norberg, of course, is also looking for his first main event win of 2023, but for his 3rd consecutive US Pro Kart Series title. With the way the heat shook out for him, all that he had to do was end up finishing 23rd now in the main event or better. P23 or better for Ryan Norberg, and he'll clinch it. Diego Ramos would need to win, and Norberg would need to basically crash out on the opening couple laps for anyone else to have a shot at stealing the championship from him. So there's a look at Mr. Flying Ryan, Norberg Nation, and taking a couple pictures with a few drivers around. Here's a look at some of his teammates, some of the young guns looking to battle him. Donovan Bonilla and Ernesto Rivera. Donovan had a slow start to the weekend, but has worked his way up towards the top 10. And, of course, Ernesto, we spoke with there moments ago, will roll off on the outside of the 2nd row. It's been a good year for Ernesto Rivera, to put it lightly. There's Dalton Haynes working his way back up to the grid, and for his 3rd and final race on the triple, he's ready to get after it for 24 more laps. A lot of racing still to go here, and you can see there's Austin Garrison, who we chatted with earlier on. He knows he's outnumbered at the front of the field, and we saw that at least there were no teammates at the front of X30 Junior, and that was crazy. But when you got guys that are all buddies and have a game plan, and you're the only one around them, it's going to be tough. But X30 Pro getting set to go green here, Randy. What sticks out to you the most of this class based on what we've seen so far?
Well, I think Ryan Norberg wants to make a statement after the struggle he had in Cincinnati that, you know what, I'm here to race. I know what I can do. I know I got the pace. You're not getting inside my head at this event. I'm going to get out there and do what I need to do. I look for Ryan Norberg to make a statement in this one.
Yeah, this would be a good capstone to end off the USPKS season. He's been so close and had a lot of adversity to fight through. For that kid over there, Randon Carr on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart machine, this year started off with a lot of promise, leading a ton of laps and nearly coming away with a win in Orlando. But as the year went on and he got to the summer stretch, things kind of started to struggle a bit for him. And he entered the weekend still in the top 5 in the points, and he still should have a chance to end up as high as either second or third in the championship. But what he looked at was a potential rookie season title in the Pro Division, just a little bit out of reach as we end up here at Trackhouse Motorplex, a track that he has spent a lot of time getting to learn over the course of the year. There's Jacob Kolar in another run with the Vice Racing Kart Republic Group, one of the new smaller race teams here based out of Miami, Florida. And Justin Ataconis on the LN kart for Brandon Jarschcrack Racing and Mike Doty Racing has been impressive again here with the limited seat time he has gotten in 2023 to be rolling off 10th, and just didn't seem to be on the right side of luck in those heat races. Hopefully he can get going a little bit better. This guy was causing a lot of mayhem there. Braden Eves qualified third and was really stacking him up there in the third heat to try and hang on for dear life at the end of it. He ended up still in 8th, and it still puts him in a half-decent starting spot, but he's going to need a lot more speed than what he's had over the course of the weekend, and the same for Marian Kremers to contend with the boys in purple and pink there. There's Hayden Jones, a reunion weekend for him with the Ralston Performance Group team out of North Carolina. It's a home track for him and a return to colors that he was so successful in over the 2022 season. Maybe Hayden Jones could get a big win and steal one away from his teammate Ryan Norberg here. As you can see, there's your lineup with the number 1 plate that will stay on the car so long as he finishes 23rd or better on the inside of row 1.
Only moments away. We're on schedule, knock on wood, but we're on schedule today. And to maintain the timeline, you want to go off on the mark when you can, but not any time sooner, to give every competitor the opportunity to present themselves to the grid per the timelines. That's why there is a little bit of a delay, but we'll be going hot here pretty quick. And Ryan Norberg will lead them around to see if he can make it kind of a clean sweep, so to speak, this weekend and make a statement on the final today and come home as the X30 Pro champion, Austin Garrison, outside front row. And right now, the drivers just kind of in their happy place now, or in their comfort zone. They're in the car, the helmet's on. They're not talking to anybody anymore. It's just them and the machine.
Yeah, for Ryan Norberg to put that number 1 plate on the number 1 spot on the box, that would mean a good bit and probably a big sigh of relief after how this year has gone for him, with a lot of good speed and a lot of promise, probably a little more bad luck than what he would have liked. But to end the championship with getting that elusive race win, I think it would take a lot of pressure off of Ryan Norberg going into Vegas season with the 2 one-off majors, the Rock Vegas event in a couple weeks and the SCUSA Supernats. All that's really left on the 2023 national calendar for all these traveling race teams. And then we kind of gear back up for the Florida run to the Winter Championships. And then the US Pro Kart Series season, the regular championship, kicks off in April for next year. Marian Kremers has decided to play dress-up again and change his suit. He's now in a Ricardo kart suit here today on borrowed helmets, borrowed suits, but hey, he's been fast. He rolls off there, as you can see, in the number 345 Bureau Art on the outside of row number 3. And he was a part of a lot of chaos there in that third heat race as well, but he was able to survive it. So it's him and Braden Eves, the first of the non-OTK machines, on row 3 behind 3 Ralston Performance Group karts. And, of course, Speed Concepts Racing's leading man, Austin Garrison, who is on the outside of row number 1. Based on our time here for this main event, we should be just a minute or 2 away from getting the command to fire engine, so the drivers are suited and booted. But for Austin Garrison, this could be potentially main event win number 3 on the year, and that would be what a turnaround it would be. The last time he was here for the US Pro Kart Series, he was close. It was kind of a return to action for him. I think only his second or third race of the 2022 season was here, and there he put it on the pole for one of the 2 days back we were on the double day format, and was right there with Ryan Norberg and company at the peak of what felt like the Ralston Performance Group dominance. And this weekend, by having the stacked and star-studded lineup they've got a lot at the front of the field, but Garrison's been there, closer and closer each heat race in terms of I really feel like more racecraft. I think in Heat 1, if he would have gotten around maybe Braden Eves a little sooner, he might have been able to replicate the last lap battles that he had with Norberg in Heats 2 and 3. But nonetheless, Austin Garrison is definitely fast enough and should be able to contend. And if we look back to how things were in the morning, granted we've picked up a little bit of temperature in the racetrack, of course, and around since they were on track back at 9 a.m., but Ernesto Rivera, Hayden Jones, the drivers on the second row, they were the quickest in the warm-up session. Dalton Haynes was third fastest, only a couple hundredths off of Jones, or a couple thousandths off of Jones. Norberg was about a tenth and a quarter back. Donovan Bonilla, who again rolls off in the 11th spot, he was fifth in morning warm-up on the cooler track, and they still got pretty quick lap time-wise, down to a 47.008 for Ernesto Rivera. Austin Garrison was eighth in the warm-up session, about 4/10 off. Eves was ninth, Diego Ramos 7th, Brandon Carr was 6th, Alessandro DiTullio was 10th in morning warm-up, about 4/10 off the pace ahead of Keeble, Gia Cicero, Justin Anaconis, Paulie Massimino. Man, Paulie would be loving to surprise and get in there with a big-time win here in X30 Pro, because he, of course, had that nasty crash in the KA Senior main event after winning 2 heat races coming into this Sunday in the KA Senior class. We asked him earlier this week what it would mean to him if he could get the win. He said, it's been such a weird year for me. I don't even know what I could think of or what that feeling would be like to get back on the top step, because it's been a minute for Paulie, but it's been a minute for Ryan Norberg compared to the dominant year he had last season. This could be it. Can the number 1 plate from the pole return to the top step of the podium for the first time in 2023? The engines are fired here, Randy. Let's take us through the rest of the starting grid as we go back from Norberg and Garrison on row 1. Hayden Jones and Ernesto Rivera on row 2, Braden Eves and Marian Kremers on row 3. Where do we line up from there?
Row 4 is Jacob Kohler and Brandon Carr. Row 5, Justin Adonicus and Dalton Haynes. In row 6 is Paulie Massimino and Donovan Bonilla. Row 7, Max Taylor and Alessandro Di Tullio. In row 8, Santiago Fernandez and Ryan Raffa. Row 9, Cade Downs and Carol Pasowitz. In row 10, it's Austin Boyle and Gio Cicero. In row 11, Caleb Gaffara and Harley Keeble. Row 12, it's Nicholas Terlicki and Brian Garcia. Row 13, Noah Jackson and Brooke Nachman. In row 14, Christian Garduno and Tyler McIntyre. Row 15, Austin Perrin and Cooper Shipman. Row 16, it's Elio Meza and Anthony Martella. Row 17, Russell Boyle, Ryan Vincent. Row 18, Will Power and Diego Ramos. And row 19, shotgun in the field, Brian Boley, 37 strong. X30 Pro Senior, brought to you by Franklin Motorsports. Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison will lead him down for a start.
Yeah, here they go to complete the warm-up lap here. We know Boley is a scratch on the field, so that puts us at 36, and I believe potentially Will Power, and I think that's a double for Diego. No, Ramos indeed. Yeah, he was slated to start 35th. I don't know if Will made it out. I know he sat out for the final heat race on the day, so I don't know if Will Power will be joining us, and it doesn't look like he is. So Will Power, who had ran the opening 2 heat races, opted out from running the third and final heat in the main event here this weekend, and then we know Boley isn't running, so we're 35 in total. But Ryan Norberg, after 2 heat wins, the pole in qualifying, and of course looking to clinch the championship, he needs to be 23rd or better if Diego Ramos wins this one. But with Ramos starting in the back, Norberg starting on the pole, he should be able to cruise through. He's just got to finish, and that means he's going to be focused on getting that first win of 2023. Austin Garrison trying to charge forward in a sea of pink and purple to get his 3rd win of 2023. Hayden Jones looking to try and defend home turf, the racetrack he's grown up on over the last decade of racing. He lines up 3rd. Ernesto Rivera to the outside in 4th. Braden Eves, your top 5. Let's go racing for the final time in 2023 for the US Pro Kart Series. X30 Pro is green to turn 1.
Good start for Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison, 1 and 2, and we've got some off-track excursions, a little 4-wheel action over there. But Austin Garrison now to the inside, trying to take a peek on Ryan Norberg, can't do it. Norberg with the lead. Xander, I don't think they want to let Ryan Norberg check out a little bit. He's going to be hard to catch.
The good news for Austin Garrison is he's already down 1 RPG, as unfortunately Ernesto Rivera had to take the escape route on turn number 2. Braden Eves is up to 4th. Brandon Carr is 5th. Harley Keeble also, I think, had to go to the escape route on the opening lap as well. So the updated order has Norberg in the lead. Garrison, Jones, Eves, Brandon Carr, Jacob Kolar, Dalton Haynes, Justin Ataconis, and then into the top 10, I think, is Donovan Bonilla there in 9th, and then Ernesto Rivera is 9th, then Marian Kremers, and then Donovan Bonilla in 11th. Massimino runs 12th as we head down the backstretch. Here comes Austin Garrison, looking to go maybe as Eves defends for 4th there from Brandon Carr.
Ernesto Rivera dropping 5 positions on the first lap. Marian Kremers dropping 4 positions on the first lap. So they've got some work to do to get back up into the hunt.
Down to the infield hairpin here. Braden Eves continues to defend from Brandon Carr. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get away with it like he did in heat number 3, but that is some aggressive defending. It's allowing the top 3 to get away as they exit turn number 9. Norberg, Garrison, Hayden Jones right there in 3rd as they come out of the final turn.
Good race out there for those top 3 as they've checked out just a little bit on the rest of the field. Norberg, Garrison, and Jones on back in the field. Braden Eves 4th, Brandon Carr 5th, Jacob Kohler 6th, Dalton Haynes 7th. But we get to Ernesto Rivera, who got shuffled back early, just went purple. And to the inside, we got a pass for the lead. Austin Garrison gets around Ryan Norberg. Your new leader, Austin Garrison.
Austin Garrison in that black and white Speed Concepts Racing red speed, taking us through the infield section. Norberg back with Hayden Jones on his bumper. Does Jones want to get through as Braden Eves starts to close in? So does Carr. And again, can't say it enough, what an impressive run for Jacob Kolar as Carr sends it on the inside of Eves. This is side by side for 4th out of turn 9. Brandon Carr gets through. Eves drops in line there to 5th.
Ernesto Rivera back in 8th going purple. Marian Kremers moving up a little bit more in 9th, and Justin Ataconis in 10th. But Austin Garrison now your leader. But those first 3 are inches apart, breaking away from the rest of the field. In fact, they're about 2 to 3 tenths quicker on the last lap from that second group of Brandon Carr, Braden Eves, and Jacob Kohler. So Austin Garrison now leading that group with Ryan Norberg and Hayden Jones 2nd and 3rd. But they're right there. The question would be, are they going to just try to lay low, stay in line, get a rhythm going, and check out where they could race teammates against Austin Garrison? Or are they going to try to race each other and maybe try to move on Austin Garrison? Time will tell. We still have 19 laps to go, only 3 laps in. So a lot of racing left in our final feature event of the day, X30 Pro Senior.
Ernesto Rivera is incredible. This kid's already back up to 5th with the fastest lap of the race. He and Dalton Haynes got by Braden Eves there at the end of that last lap, and he's only about 2 seconds away. Ernesto was 4 tenths better than the race leaders. The rookie from Mexico, Ernesto Rivera on the RPG Cosmic, is trying to drive his way all the way up to the lead, and in his X30 Pro debut, get a main event win. It's still very early, and a lot could change, but what a recovery drive for the kid that had to go to the escape route there from 4th on the grid.
Let's talk about what happened to Ernesto Rivera in just 4 laps. He started 4th. He got shuffled all the way back to 9th. He's back to 5th, and he's on the charge. Fastest car in the racetrack. Don't be surprised to see him challenging Brandon Carr here very soon. Just went purple again with a 47.257, 3 tenths of a second quicker, making another move. Ernesto Rivera on the charge. Ryan Norberg to the front.
Ryan Norberg, the new leader, with a move in turn 1. Hayden Jones followed, and Austin Garrison's back to 3rd now, and that backs them up closer to Brandon Carr, closer to Ernesto Rivera. And don't forget about the kid who won the Miami Grand National Championship. Dalton Haynes is up 4 spots as well. He's also as fast as the leaders. Not as fast as Rivera, but he's pretty quick on that black and blue Pride Livery Kart Republic as they come out of turns 9 and 10 and go up the hill. Here's a look at Haynes. He's lost a little ground to Rivera, and Eves is there. Ataconis is there, then Kolar, then Paulie Massimino back in 10th on the BJR MDR LN kart with 16 laps to go. A lot of racing still left here as Haynes leads Eves up the hill there for 6th.
And Brandon Carr feels footsteps, hears footsteps. He knows that Ernesto Rivera is on his way. Rivera coming back through the field is now closing in on Brandon Carr. Last lap, he was 3 tenths of a second quicker than Carr to get that 4th spot. Still got a lot of laps left, but he needs to make quick work of Brandon Carr so he can chase down that lead group. But don't be surprised to see Ernesto Rivera in the next couple of laps making a move for fourth.
Yeah, watch this. Look how close he is already. There's the 324. What a great roll speed corner through turn number 9. Ernesto Rivera inside clear. He's back up to neutral. P4 for Ernesto. He taps his helmet and points to the sky. Said it's time to go to the lead, Brandon. Let's go get the top 3 as they climb the hill.
Xander, this is going to get good. Ernesto Rivera wants to make a point here. We talked about Ryan Norberg making a statement. You talk about a kid that wants to make a statement. What if Ernesto Rivera could come through and make a win, get a win here this weekend coming from the junior ranks? That would be incredible.
Big mistake there from Austin Garrison. He dropped a tire in turn 6 here. He's going to lose touch with the top 2 as he loses ground. He was already starting to struggle. Austin Garrison now under pressure. Here comes Ernesto. It'll be an RPG 1-2-3 if he can get around Garrison. And the battling further back from 6th onward continuing here as Eves led Justin Anaconis by on Dalton Haynes for 6th. And they'll continue to shuffle that spot further back behind this top 5. Here comes Ernesto to the bumper of Austin Garrison. Turn 3, Ernesto Rivera looking to go forward. Hayden Jones to the inside. New leader, the 316 to the point in turn 4.
Hayden Jones, your new leader around Ryan Norberg, 1st and 2nd. They're trying to charge on because they know that they've got somebody coming up. It's their teammate, Ernesto Rivera. Right now, Ernesto Rivera's got to find a way around Austin Garrison, but he's helping Austin Garrison catch back up to that lead group. That gap is closing, and Austin Garrison's going to be back in the hunt.
Yeah, Austin Garrison out of turn number 9. He's made a great recovery lap here where he would have been under pressure from Ernesto. Ernesto said, okay, you're going to hit your marks. I'll follow you back up to these guys. So Austin Garrison hits his personal best, 47.4. Picks up a 10th on Hayden Jones. The gap down to 4/10 back to Norberg's bumper. So the top 4 closing back in as Brandon Carr remains in 5th there, just a little bit further back and a little bit off the pace, but not by much. If they fight more up front, he'll get back to them. Another update, Justin Adaconis, the newest driver, into 6th as Eves got shuffled back to 10th that lap. Adaconis looking pretty racy as well. He's 3 spots up, and he might be able to get to the leaders here on that BJR MDRLN card.
A sign of maturity possibly by Ernesto Rivera, a very young man, but he is using patience. He decided, you know what, I think maybe if I just race with Garrison together, we can go. And Ryan Norberg to the inside makes the pass on Jones and takes over the top spot again. But that brings Austin Garrison, Ernesto Rivera right to the lead group. We've got a 4-card battle now. Here comes Garrison to the inside, makes the pass on Norberg. Here comes Rivera. They're side by side up the hill. Rivera makes the pass on Norberg. No, he doesn't. Norberg hangs on to 3rd. Rivera right with him.
Hayden Jones back to 3rd. Norberg the leader. Rivera still 4th. Of the RPGs, hard to keep track because there's so many of them, to be fair, Randy. 1, 3, 4 for Rawlson Performance Group, but now the team leaders, if you will, for the 2 major OTK teams in this lead pack, Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison are 1st and 2nd. We are just coming up on halfway. 11 laps complete. 11 laps to go. Ryan Norberg is 11 laps away from getting win number 1 of the year and walking off his championship, his 8th career Pro National title with a race win. Austin Garrison gets to him, points forward, says keep moving forward, but Norberg, I don't know how trusting he was. He kind of narrowed up his entry there to turn 4, anticipating a pass. So let's see how they end up. Brandon Carr, by the way, not going easily into the night. He's still close, back in 5th. He's not in the group, but he's not necessarily too far back. Brandon Carr is only about 1.25 seconds away from the lead, 7/10 back from Ernesto Rivera. And the next pack, Justin Adaconis, Dalton Haynes, they are catching the leaders by a ton right now here from 7th to about 11th.
10 laps to go next time by. In fact, they cross the stripe now. That's lap number 12, so 10 laps to go. Still a lot of racing left, but it is starting to wind down for Ryan Norberg. To the high side comes Austin Garrison. Nothing there, but Ernesto Rivera and Hayden Jones right there with him. So we've got a battle of 4, then 5th place Brandon Carr back about 1.5 seconds. So he's got to make a move pretty quick now if he wants to get back to that lead group. Unless they start racing and really get crazy, then he could close in. Otherwise, it'll be down to these 4. Right now, it's Ryan Norberg but he's got no breathing room whatsoever. Austin Garrison, who lost that lead and then lost the lead draft, has worked his way back with the help of Ernesto Rivera. They crossed the stripe, 9 laps to go. It's still Ryan Norberg with a little bit of breathing room over Austin Garrison.
I'm just surprised Norberg defended into turn 4 that lap. Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison are good buddies off the racetrack, even though they're not teammates. But even though Austin Garrison said, Ryan, keep going forward, I'm not trying to pass you yet, Ryan continues to defend at the end of that long straightaway. And he obviously doesn't trust Austin to believe him enough to leave the door crack. So let's see. Garrison now. Late move. Turn 8. Austin Garrison to the lead. Hayden Jones alongside for second. And he'll lose third potentially as Ernesto Rivera goes through. Austin Garrison by 2 car lengths leads us up to turn 11. Will come this time by to 8 laps to go. And it's Speed Concepts Racing at the front of the field.
What a move by Austin Garrison, leaving him in his wake. Ryan Norberg clings to second place, trying to reel back in Austin Garrison. And the back 2 of Hayden Jones and Ernesto Rivera, they got to get it together and race in line. And Rivera to the inside, trying to make his way around Jones. Wasn't able to make the pass. They drag race up the hill. Looks like it's still going to be Hayden Jones with the 3rd spot.
What a run for Justin Ataconis, by the way. That group swallowed up Brandon Carr. If the leaders continue to fight, they could get there as well. You got 2 experienced drivers up front. I don't know if you'll get that kind of fighting. You might get it from a bit of the younger drivers, Hayden Jones, who's slowly turning into a vet, and, of course, rookie Ernesto Rivera. But, again, just so impressive for Justin Ataconis in only his 2nd pro race on the year. He's going up against a field of guys that have done this almost the entire season. Him and Dalton Haynes are pretty low on races in the year, but Ataconis, 2 races. This is race number 2. Norberg and Garrison have almost run all 15 majors so far. So for him to be in the top 5, matching them lap time for lap time, very impressive stuff from Justin Ataconis.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of times it just depends on how you get the start, because these guys are equal in speed. But if you get a gap of 2 or 3 seconds in the first couple laps and you run equal times, you're not going to catch them. But they are strong, are fast, and if they start racing up front, anything can happen. We've seen it all day. Right now, Austin Garrison's got all they can handle of Ryan Norberg. They've got a little bit of breathing room for Hayden Jones and Ernesto Rivera. They do not have the luxury of racing each other right now. If they have any hope of closing back in to make a move on those top 2, they've got to race in line and maintain a rhythm, because if they start going side by side, Norberg and Garrison will continue to check out.
Yeah, Ryan Norberg continuing to push Austin Garrison for now. He's going to make it a mano-a-mano fight, which is interesting. You would think Norberg, having 2 teammates, would want to just pass and kind of keep it as a 4-car battle, but no. Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg are just barely creeping away from the other 2 drivers behind him. Hayden Jones trying to close back in. Hayden Jones this weekend here, his last race, I believe, of the year. It's a possibility, that a slim chance we could see him at the Super Nationals in Las Vegas, and then a partial schedule for 2024. This is kind of the end of a full championship campaign that he may do for the next few years. And for Hayden Jones, reuniting with Rollison Performance Group, he wants to bring them a win, and he'd love to celebrate that win with friends and family here at home in Charlotte, North Carolina. Last time by, Jones 0.3 better than the top 2.
Austin Garrison now, 4 laps to go next time by. Can he hang on? Does Hayden Jones have anything for him? Ryan Norberg and Ernesto Rivera have caught him. So it's a 4-cart battle once again for the top spot. Ernesto Rivera, Hayden Jones, Ryan Norberg, and Austin Garrison. That's the top 4, and that's who's going to settle it. Justin Adonicus is 1.6 seconds back in 5th. Dalton Haynes right on the rear bumper of Adonicus. They're battling out for the 5th spot, but the top 4, that battle rages on. Garrison ever so slightly with a gap of about 2 kart lengths.
Ryan Norberg looking back. He sees Hayden Jones is right there again. He knows he's either got to go now or Hayden's probably going to make the move to get around him, because we're down to 4 laps remaining. Down the back straightaway. Nobody close enough there. Norberg able to stay in the tow, but he's frantically looking over, checking the rear bumper or the front bumper of Hayden Jones and how close it is to his rear bumper. Through turn 6. This has been Austin Garrison's best section of the racetrack. He's 2 car lengths out from Norberg, headed over to turn number 8. So coming out of turn 6 and really coming out of turn 9, that SCR Red Speed is rolling through the double rights. Garrison now by 3 car lengths as they exit over to 10. Jones is going to have to go soon, But for now, he's staying behind Norberg, trying to follow him. 3 laps to go here at the line. 19 complete. There he goes. Hayden Jones, turn 1. He's up to second.
Hayden Jones makes the pass for second, and you got to believe right now that the weak spot, as you called it, is the straight, the top-end speed. So I would picture Austin Garrison to protect low the next time they go down the straight. Inside on the tighter, more technical part of this course, he is unbelievable. He literally launches off the corner. I doubt that they're going to get him under braking, but they could very well draft up and make the pass into turn 1. I could see him protecting low with the rest of this race. With 3 to go, 2 to go next time by, don't be surprised if he low lines it all the way down the front straight.
Yeah, let's see it here. He's just got to hang on. 2 more laps for Speed Concepts Racing's Austin Garrison to hold off an RPG onslaught of Hayden Jones, Ryan Norberg, and Ernesto Rivera. Norberg just needs 2 more laps. He'll clinch his 8th career title here with an amazing run, an amazing season, but he wants a race win. Jones wants it as well. It'd be Jones's first win of the year. As they go through the bowl, he's down to a car length away from Austin Garrison, but like you said, Randy, we're entering his best section of the racetrack right now here with a lap and a half to go.
Just comes off those corners so strong, enters the corners, a late braking point, very hard to pass under braking, and comes off of the turn 11 so strong that it takes the entire straightaway to catch him. So I think now, last lap, they'll see the white this time by. He's got a nice little gap there as they round turn 11. I'll be really shocked if he doesn't low line it, but he may not have to if he gets a good launch and he peeks back and sees they're far enough back. Look at the low line now. Nope, yeah, there it is. He dips in a little low, a little early, and this is the strong part.
Oh,
there it is.
turn 3.
Quick move.
Hayden Jones gets the lead away. Here comes Norberg to the inside. Garrison gets back low. Hayden Jones catches him off guard up the hill.
He did catch him off guard because that was really a quick move by Hayden Jones. He didn't wait. He just pounced on him early, and Garrison wasn't ready for it. Let's see if Garrison can find a spot on this remaining lap to make the move on Hayden Jones.
Ernesto Rivera's gotten his way to 3rd. Norberg now going to cross him over for that spot. Jones blocks into 9. Garrison there. They're all stacked up. Here comes Norberg to the outside. Final turn. Hayden Jones. Can he pull off a stunner at the end of the season? Out of the final corner. It is going to be Hayden Jones winning on Sunday.
What a run by Hayden Jones over Austin Garrison, Ernesto Rivera, Ryan Norberg, and Dalton Haynes. That's your top 5 finishers through the top 10. Justin Adonicus, Brandon Carr, Braden Eves, Paulie Massimino, and Alessandro DiTullio. Xander, this did not disappoint.
What a battle here. Hayden Jones in his race returning back to the Rollison Performance Group puts them on top. Austin Garrison 2nd, Ernesto Rivera 3rd, Ryan Norberg kind of played a bit of a team role there trying to send it on Garrison so he couldn't cross over Jones. He kind of cost himself a spot there. He ends up 4th at the line. Dalton Haynes completes the triple. One of the craziest attempts in all of karting to run shifter, X30, and KA100 Senior, and he gets a podium in the final race of the day there on the last lap, gets around Justin Ataconis. Ataconis, though, what a performance here for this young man. 6th here today. Brandon Carr 7th, Braden Eves 8th, Massimino 9th, Alessandro Tullio ends up in 10th. Your big mover there from dead last, Diego Ramos, after an abysmal weekend here that he came in leading the championship by 90 points. He ends up 18 spots gained to 18th. But Hayden Jones, what a run. He kind of was under the radar, really, through those heat races because there was such a battle from 3rd or 4th on back there, Randy, that I don't think a lot of guys saw him coming until today. But, wow, what a last lap.
Yeah, I thought Hayden Jones kind of laid low all weekend. And what you kind of called it, once he got around Garrison, Norberg kind of kept Garrison occupied for a couple of corners, and that's all Hayden Jones needed to set up for that final turn 11 and get a good launch. And, you know, Garrison came back. It was a half a kart length was all it was between Garrison having the win and the win going to Hayden Jones. So a tremendous finish. What a great way to end the day.
There's a look here at the rest of the scale line as you can see them rolling on through back beyond your top 10. Jacob Kolar ended up 11th. Marian Kremers ended up 12th. Harley Keeble 13th. T-Mac Tyler McIntyre picked up 14 spots there to drive up to 14th from 28th. Donovan Bonilla ends up down in 15th. Nick Terlecki 16th, and all the way through the order. So what what a way to end off the season here for the 2023 US Pro Kart Series. We're not done. We've got a lot of questions, and the drivers will have a lot of answers. Again, there's Diego Ramos after the weekend that he's had to at least have a decent kind of comeback drive in the finals. A little bittersweet, but he was hoping to walk away today with his first career US Pro National title. Instead, Hayden Jones gets the win, and Ryan Norberg is an 8-time Pro National champion, and for the 3rd year in a row, he is a US Pro Kart Series X30 Pro Division champion. The final class gets clinched. We'll take a commercial break. We'll come back with post-race interview coverage here from Trackhouse Motorplex. Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex from inside the corporate hospitality suites that will be playing host in a couple of hours here. Randy, you'll be hosting, I'd imagine, the championship banquet for the 2023 US Pro Kart Series season. 5 full race weekends ending here in North Carolina in October that kicked off in March. It's a long run to end up as the champion here this afternoon. And what a race there to end off the season. A great, clean, hard-fought battle there to end it off that came down to a last lap pass.
You know, yesterday was chaotic, but some of that kind of comes with the territory because we're running heat races. We're going back and forth, and drivers are trying to establish their positions. If they have a bad first heat, they're more aggressive in the second heat. But I thought today, for the most part, we had some really, really great races today. And, we ended with a real dandy with the X30 Pros. But all in all, I thought the day was a great day. It was a safe day, most importantly, but some great racing all across the board.
Yeah, I mean, outside of a bit of a shaken-up Max Pappas here in the morning, we were able to stay pretty much green all the way through, which was cool to see. We did have some craziness, like you said, in the heat races, but everyone that did have a red flag for one reason or another was checked out, and I believe pretty much all those drivers were back racing here today, which is really, really good to see here. The on-site medical team, a big thanks to them. They were quick to respond. The officials were able to keep us pretty much on time. In fact, today we were running a bit ahead of schedule for all the main events, which was that little bit of delay before that X30 Pro race got underway. The X30 Junior race, of course, Diego Ardiles, what a finish for X30 Junior. I mean, that was a show in itself as well. Carter McMurray coming up just one corner shy from stealing it, going from 5th to 1st, then back. And then Ardiles, of course, getting into the mix there. And then a good bit of sportsmanship that we caught as well between Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmonti, and that was cool.
I like that because those two really went at it pretty hard, and then they're both in the barriers. And when they got up, I thought, here we go. And they went over and said, you know what, good racing, man. That's just hard racing. They got it. And Parker Ives, I want to make a call about Parker Ives in that, I mean, he was dominant. There's no question about it. But he crossed the line as champion, very humble. Didn't do this business. He just drove it through. Appreciated what he has, and it came away as a champion. So a lot of good storylines, but all in all, a great day. And yeah, we're going to end it with a party and some great awards for Mark Coates. He puts up with the USPKS, and Tim and Chris Coyne getting the banquet organized. A lot to do yet here this weekend at Mooresville, but we're going to end it with a bang and some great racing. Always a pleasure working with you, Xander.
Yeah, likewise. The feeling's the same here, Randy. And, you know, outside of a little bit of a chillier morning, as you can see, even wearing jackets here inside. But beyond that, it's been nice weather, no rain. We did have that overnight shower Friday night, but we got through all of Thursday practice, all of Friday practice, Saturday and Sunday. I think there was actually a little bit of like a sprinkle on Thursday afternoon or Friday happy hour, but you know, really, really good weather for a time of year that can be a little bit iffy as we get into the fall and into October and December and November, even here in North Carolina, of being a little bit unpredictable with the weather. But a great season of racing here. And, again, this kind of wraps up a lot of races on the year. All that's really left on the major sprint karting calendar, at least for us watching on Kart Chaser, for all you guys watching along, will be, you know, Rock Vegas in a couple weeks, the SCUSA Supernats a few weeks after that. We have a dirt race that we're doing, the Maxxis Sprint Nationals, next weekend. That'll be a lot of fun. And then everyone, if they haven't already, if your USPKS season ends your season, you know, you start the prep into 2024. This year with the Supernats moving up and with USPKS ending right at the beginning of October, you get at minimum about 6 weeks of an off season. You know, hopefully maybe you get a little bit more of time off, maybe a couple of months. And we hope that everyone that's watching along, that's here in the paddock, we wish you, if you can't make it out to the Champions Banquet, that you guys have safe travels home. But it's been a blast for us to watch the racing here. This track is just so much fun to watch battles at. And it was funny to see, too, the amount of passes people were trying in Turn 6, that infield left-hand 90. Didn't really see passes like that over the years.
I know.
Then Dalton goes and gets that pass done on Joe Turney to win Miami Grands, and all of a sudden every junior and mini kid was replicating that pass.
Absolutely.
But
yeah.
it was possible. And then Turn 3, great move again for Hayden Jones. You know, kind of caught Austin Garrison a little bit by surprise, but that's also a move that's hard to defend on, because if you go to the inside in 3 and you wash out on the runoff, they've got the whole back straightaway to freight train you as well.
I think that's the only move he had the whole lap. But on another subject, getting back to where you're going to be next week, for you viewers out there that have never watched dirt karting, tune in to Kart Chaser next week for the Maxxis Nationals that Kart Chaser is going to cover. It's a completely different discipline of karting. You'll love it. It's great racing, a different form of excitement for karting. I can't wait to see you guys. You're gonna knock it out of the park. I'm real proud of you for getting that started, because you need to be covering all elements of karting, and obviously that's a big step in the right direction for you.
It's going to be a lot of fun for us to go out there next week. But we're not done here with our coverage this week, of course. We mentioned we'd be talking to a number of drivers from the end of the X30 Pro main. Let's go down to no longer Mr. 7-time. It's official, Mr. 8-time. Ryan Norberg is champion again here for the US Pro Kart Series for the third year in a row. Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Ryan, you're now an 8-time national champ. It's got to feel pretty good. I mean, I'm sure you would have liked to walk it off there with a victory, but the elusive maiden win of the year is going to have to wait till at least Rock Vegas. But that being said, I mean, the race didn't seem to really play out in your favor. Just describe it to me from your eyes.
Well, first of all, I just want to say my prayers are with Joe Turney and his whole family. That was a tough thing that happened today, so my prayers are with him. But yeah, it was a great race for the team, great day for the team. I mean, we had a bunch of guys that were fast and could compete, and you know, it didn't work out for me, but that's all right. I mean, it's nice to have some teammates up there that can go get it done when I can't. So yeah, I mean, we were fast, and I think we just maybe missed it a little bit, and in the end we just kind of fell off a little bit too much. But I mean, Hayden was so fast, I don't think anybody was going to stop him today.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to walk away with a national championship in such a competitive class without a race victory, it's pretty uncommon. What does it say about the testament of yourself as a driver and the team?
Well, we were kind of set, you know, behind the 8 ball. You know, we got pole in Orlando, and then we were underweight, and so it just set the whole season up. And then, you know, in Houston, we just didn't have a good run either. And so it was really, you know, we're on our back foot, and you know, it just shows the strength of our team to be able to rally and just, you know, do what we need to do. I mean, this last week it was pole, you know, 2 heat wins, a second, and then, you know, 4th in the final is just enough that, you know, we were able to get it done. So, yeah, I mean, it just shows the strength of our team.
All right, congrats, Mr. 8-time.
Thank you.
All right, Dalton Haynes. Classes in one day. It's something that we haven't seen because it wasn't possible until this year. And 3 podiums. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels great to do this for Kart Public and Pride Apparel. I feel really good. I mean, like you said, we were really consistent in all our heat races in every division. Had a bit of struggles in shifter, and KA was a bit rough. It was pretty hard to get the third in that. But top 5 in X30 and top 5 in shifter, I think, says something. Shifter field was a bit light this weekend. I wish there was a lot more guys there, but as far as the X30 main event goes, I mean, we had a great main event. We just kept moving forward. And yeah, it was a consistent weekend overall.
Hey man, we didn't get a chance to talk to you after the shifter race. I want to ask you a little bit about that. I mean, the pace was there, right? Can we expect to see you in the shifter class in the future? And I mean, what can we expect?
I'm not sure about that. I definitely want to do something with Amr at SRP Racing Engines. He helped me out a lot this weekend, even with driver coaching. He did a great job, and he gave me a lot of support. And I really want to do something with him, but it's tough. I mean, I don't know why everyone was saying they get tired after shifter main events. I mean, I did 3. Wasn't very tired after it, but I feel like I just need to improve on some consistency, and maybe we'll see.
All right, good job, Dalton, in all 3 classes.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you to Roman Haynes as well. I mean, he helped me so much. Working on 3 go-karts and Massimo Sanchez Lara, he helped so much as well in KA.
All right, thank you, Dalton. All right, we're going to wait for a few more drivers to get through the scale line, and then we'll get back to you, Xander.
Sounds good, Alex. Here's a view of a picturesque Trackhouse Motorplex beginning to clean up and turn back into rental karts when things begin on Monday. They've, of course, got a handful of local karting challenge events that will continue into the December month of the year, and then we kick things back off for the local championship here at North Carolina in early February or early March. Let's go to our race runner-up here. Austin Garrison led a bunch of laps, dominated the main, and in a last lap battle comes up shy. $2,500 to him, a P2 run, and not too bad, all things considered, for not knowing that he was driving until Wednesday of this week. Alex?
Yeah, Xander, you said it best. I mean, Austin, you showed up this weekend thinking you were gonna work. Hopped in a go-kart, put it P2. I mean, it was about as difficult as it could be, right? 3 teammates against you, right? And they're all trying to help out one guy. So, I mean, just describe the race to me from your eyes.
Yeah, we had a pretty good pace. When I got out in front, I was pushing a little bit too hard, but having all those other guys around me, it wasn't too crazy. They're pretty patient, honestly. I know they're a little bit faster than I was at the beginning of the race. They kind of pulled away. I was pushing a little bit too hard. I dropped a tire, and that kind of set me back a little bit. But, I just put my head down and started running some pretty good laps, then caught back up to them and made a pass when I thought it was right. And then, I just kind of stayed out in front and just focused on hitting all my marks and not making any sort of, mess-ups out there. And, I didn't expect Hayden to go and pass me up the hill in corner 3. It's tough because if you go down and block, then you slide out. Then next thing you know, they're on the bottom going down to corner 4. So it was a really good move on his part. But, we came up in second, and I'm happy with it. Our team was super strong this weekend, thanks to everybody who went and helped me out. Mario's not here, but a big shout-out to him and Alex. They had the motor on point all weekend. I had a lot of help with Cody and the guy next to me, John Bradley. He helped me out a lot with the go-kart because I was kind of on a one-man deal this whole entire weekend, but the whole team just came together and helped me. Just like I said, I wasn't supposed to be racing. So,
all right, thank you, Austin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Hayden Jones, a little reunion for you in the RPG camp. Get over here in the camera there. Congrats on the victory. I mean, you're kind of a sleeper pick all weekend long. You're in the top 5 here and there, but we had one bad heat race, started P3, and I mean, describe that race to me. It's pretty hectic there from your eyes.
I mean, Ryan, Austin, and I going into the race, we were like, we don't want to race at the beginning. Just get away from all the carnage. So I just sat in third, pushed for a little bit, saving my tires, and then I think Austin went around Ryan, and then we passed back, and I just got up to second, got to first, tried to pull away, didn't pull away because Ernesto caught us, and then, they got around me, got a gap, and then I just focused on, pushing my tires to the most without overdoing it, and then caught back up, passed Ryan going into turn 1, and then I got Austin when he blocked in turn 1, just over-undered into turn 3.
Yeah, it was a solid run for you. I mean, I know this is kind of a one-off race for you, but maybe can we expect a possible Supernats entry from you or what?
We'll talk with Mike about it after this weekend, but probably not, just with how school is right now. Just got to focus on that.
All right, schoolwork comes first, but Hayden Jones, race winner, USP Gas. Back to you guys, Xander.
School might be first on Monday, but at least Hayden Jones here is first on the racetrack today. That wraps up, I believe, all of our interviews, all of our post-race coverage. A huge congratulations to all the champions here in the paddock, and a big thank you to everyone who has watched all weekend long and to all of you that have made it to the trip out to Trackhouse Motorplex. For all of us at the US Pro Kart Series, the Trackhouse Motorplex crew, our kart chaser team, Randy Kugler and myself, Xander Clements, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.